Sure, why my camera's not working. 1 second, guys. Okay. Weird. Fantastic. Hail looking non-existent. Ding ding. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, not ASMR stream. I want my camera back. That's nothing, huh? That's interesting. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Son of a bitch. Is the SST play dead? Probably. This is fucking. Hold on. Typhoonify. Typhoonify. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. Cornishon. Cornishon. Hey, it's me. All right, that worked. Quite sure why. Okay. Weird. Yeah, back in the game. Yeah, I'll split screen. Yeah, it seems like the SEC worked overtime to fix the money glitch on SST. You had your chance with my Philadelphia wife and you lost it. It's now official. We're Philadelphia husband and Philadelphia wife. Congratulations, Dan Almighty. Happy wedding. I saw you in an Elden Ring Rage video. Really? I got pretty pissed off one day. We got a new Dillionaire during pre-market. There are storms. Dude, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire. I appreciate it. If you don't know the deal, just DM me over on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
We might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat.
Is it all possible for them to announce the split before the meeting? Sure, but not before the vote is tallied for like the float extension approval. We're also just gonna split it within the current range. Why is that a rumor on SS? You think someone on SS has inside information? They don't. When BBBY bottom? Let's see here. Doing today. What is it? There it is. I mean, it's already consolidating, and if you look at the intraday lows, they're coming up. I would say there's a pretty good chance that we'll see a bounce soon. So yeah, these lows aren't gonna. I don't think they're gonna last very long, personally. Good buy opportunity if you're actually interested in that. The fuck is going on with this? So what's interesting now is with the dilution, are they going to cover the FTDs? Yeah, they can do a 3-to-1 split. It's not a split, it's a dividend split. They're both splits. Dividend split has different accounting, but it still has to follow all of the same rules. They're basing the split rumor for tomorrow on a far-fetched theory, if you ask me. Is it just because tomorrow's 420? Why is Ader a bad play? Same dilution effect that SST had, at a lower price range, with more available float to handle the position. I mean, at this point, might as well see if it's going to go back up. I think everyone's calls in SST are dead. It's a straight up rug pull. And for what? 10%, 8% of what I paid for them, Dominic? Unfortunately, I think most people weren't in SST with any significant part of their portfolio because of the risk. Life hack pro tip number one. If you don't read Superstock, you don't have to worry about the latest stupid baseless theory. True. Brian Cohen tweets a picture of him splitting a blunt with DFA. It will never happen, but I'll cream if it does. Jesus Christ. My June 55s on SST. I mean, yeah, those are still just as likely to print as they were yesterday. You thought wrong. I YOLO'd everything into SST. Well, that was stupid. Does it matter if it's a dividend split or a straight split? For the shorts, shorts don't split in a dividend split. Is SST done? I missed the beginning of today's stream. Yes, probably. There's still a lot of FTDs on it that need to be covered, but I don't know how much that's going to drive price action. GME just moving right back down to its resistance, which is discouraging given how good pre-market was. Even the market looks good. 440 tomorrow. Yeah, nice bounce. It's not crime. It was always the dilution was always on the table. The SEC processed it very, very quickly. Um, which I have feelings about, but has there been any significance to RC tweeting at 7:41 multiple times? Could have been Twitter internalizing his tweets. These Higurashi candles, correct? Why do you prefer those? I don't necessarily prefer them. I use both. I like them because they smooth price action. And I think short-term small gaps are kind of bullshit. Look at the SPY and QQQ. I mean, I'd imagine they're both doing the same thing. Ooh, coming up. One more. Cat stagnating a little bit this morning, just slightly below that 230 resistance. Still above its upper trend, even on the dip. So it doesn't make sense on SST is that it should be dropping down to $11. Thinking puts at 8. I'll probably buy more, yeah. Is Fidelity saying the analysts are very bullish on knock? I have no idea. Knock's been doing a share buyback. I mean, they're not a bad company. Their float's just massive. What's oil doing today? Oil futures down today. Gold down. Wheat up. Ooh, wheat's up a bunch. Soft red wheat up 1.77. Futures are up 1.77. 500 forward. Fix down. $1,400 Jan 23 $1 puts coming through. Sold or bought? Interesting. Some of the OI repositioning was looking like a move into new swaps. And Brave Vacations OI data this morning. Kind of discussing the possibility of that. Number one fan. In a normal dividend, the company pays out with cash to shareholders. In a split dividend, the company does not pay anything. Just give shares of split stock to shareholders. I mean, that's the payout, is the shares of the stock. Doesn't the statement from GME say it's a 3.3 to 1 split? Either I'm on serious drugs or I didn't in fact read that. Also, 300 million to 1 billion shares is 3.3 to 1 almost. No, frosty balls. The only announcement that GameStop has made to date is that they are increasing the size of the float allowed by the corporate charter from 300 million to 1 billion shares. This has nothing to do with the split. This is the number of shares that they're allowed to have in the free float per the corporate charter. The current free float on GameStop is 74.6 million shares. So a 3 to 1 split at this point would, be like 225 million shares, roughly. Deep in the money puts, you said, bought or sold. What mean? Hedging for volatility swaps. That's what dupes are. They're part of the replicating basket for hedging volatility swaps. No, there aren't 300 million shares total, Frosty Balls. They're allowed to release currently up to 300 million shares. It has nothing to do with the current total number of shares. It is the number of shares allowed. We've talked about this a bunch in the past too, because we were talking about if GameStop ever split, how much it could split. It's always the corporate charter is always allowed for only 300 million shares. So the current proposal that shareholders are expected to vote on is to increase the number of shares allowed in the corporate charter. The documentation did say that it's to enable a split via dividend and to give them more shares to issue for employees and shit like that. Um, but it is still just it's not an announcement of a split. It's an announcement of an intent to split in the future. Does it mean we could run soon if they're entering more swaps? It could cause a little bit of a run, yeah. It doesn't mean we're going to run soon. Volatility swaps are generally they're short volatility, right? But it could spike IV as they enter them. I think we're seeing a little bit of that play out right now. Once the volatility swap hedge is in place, the price get hammered down? Probably. Not so much hammered down, but dropped, right? Once volatility swaps are in place, they're going to want to drop the price and crush the IV so that they can enter an entropy swap. So short vol, entropy, then they let the price run. What's with the reading comprehension? It's at a very low level. What happens to June call options of the announcement and split of the stock? Better to close and buy the stock before the announcement date? No. I mean, the options contracts will either split if it's an even split. So if it's like 2-to-1 or 4-to-1, the contracts will simply split. If it's an odd split or a dividend split, the shares represented by each contract split. So, if it's a dividend split of 3-to-1, and you're holding an options contract that's worth 100 shares pre-split, post-split, it'll be worth 300 shares. It's not that fucking complicated. And the strike price will be divided by 3. Well, 1/3 times 1/3. Either puts or IV too high. I already have a bunch. I might buy some at 7. Your Tinder profile said like to get into a long-term investment and replicate your basket. No, I don't like long-term investments very much. Why is it called a dividend split? If there's no dividend given, your shares are just split. It's the manner in which your shares are split. Any thoughts on Amazon pre-split run? Win start and degen target. Thanks, dude. I don't know when the pre-split run's gonna really kick into effect, but I'm just selling covered calls or cash secure puts into it. Um, we'll see. I know a lot of analysts are saying it's gonna hit like $4,000. I don't think so. It could, but maybe like like 3,500 at best. We're gonna be so fucking rich. SPY just smashing through 440. 442 is an important breakout point. Wait, who is it? Who is it Sunday that was like the SPY's dying and I said 442 before 420? I want to rub it in their face. I have no idea how much they're going to split it. Theoretically, the more they split it, the more difficult it is for shorts. Someone bought 300 CERN puts yesterday. It wasn't me. Whale slapping the ass, making huge moves. Institutions moving in. Get out of here, popcorn trader. Can you check CMPI? It's confusing about what's happening to it right now. Yeah, 1 second. See if I need to exit my SPY calls. They're up like 50%. Just definitely not just hold on, I'll just do it here. This isn't doing anything. CMP. Where's the fucking stock? Checkmate Pharmaceuticals. It looks like a reverse split or a buyout or something. Some sort of weird corporate action announced last night. But hey, look at BBY taking off like a fucking rocket. All-time high around 16. I mean, so it could be a buyout. Someone's buying them out at that price. That's what it looks like. I don't know. You'd have to check. Are parentheses bad? I'm paper trading and they just seem like extra fancy money to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. The more they split it, the worse it is for shorts. It causes more buying volume the more they split it, right? in order to cover the position. So, you know, technically with FOMO and illiquidity, which would still exist, um, the more buying volume, like net buying volume, would drive the price up more. So, a bigger split of, you know, say 10 to 1 would be more damaging to short positions than a split of, say, 3 to 1. Although technically they should both be the same, right? Because the market cap of the company remains the same. But due to the egregious synthetic short positions present on GameStop, you know, it would cause more buying volume. So, you know, the more they split it, the more has to be bought, which can, you know, because of the illiquidity, drive the price up even further. Provided people don't sell, which is something else splits encourage. When your count is negative, you get pretty little parentheses. Oh, okay. How does one have a negative paper trading account? That means you blew it up. Start a new one. Any thoughts on Disney? I don't think it's going to do that well. It might do okay for the rest of this year, but I think after this year, it's going to hit a bit of a slump. AMD escaped 95. Yep. 154.20. Okay. As far as you know, can a short position be closed through CNS shenanigans if the average short volume never falls below 50%? I read some discussion about settlement regarding short sales. Yeah, it can. And we've had many days that were below 50%. Not many, but we've had a lot of days that were below 50%. Also, the data we get on short volume is not great. Any thoughts on Snap earnings? Yeah, I mean, I already have a position there. I'll probably buy a little bit more today, in a tighter range. I have a kind of a far out position in the 40s, but I want to get into something at like 35. It's just I don't like the current price. I want a little more confirmation that it's going to push up. Why is the SPY rocketing back up? Why not? Which SST puts do you like? Request any programmers who. Hold on. I don't know why that didn't chat properly. 1 second, I'll check price right now. Grateful as hell for everything you do. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. No problem, man. Which SST puts do you like? Any programmers who want to be the catalyst, consider creating a bot that posts Bob Smith DD to every AMC tweet. Carpe GM. Thank you, Pomo Meditation. SST puts, I'm still not sure. I should have bought them in advance and hedged, but I didn't. I'm I'm still confused as to why it's holding 1450. It should be dropping to 11. Um, I really don't know what the fuck's going on here. I guess it's possible not everyone has to exercise the right to their warrants. This is losing some steam. A little bit. GameStop kind of stagnating. There should be some gamma exposure today. I don't know how significant it is though, because we know a lot of the OI was sold off and not exercised, right? Or likely not exercised. Does BBY still have a bunch of options at 1750? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, we covered SST earlier. Cat dead? No, it just doesn't generally run with the market. It's going to probably stagnate until the market sees some ouchy down downs. It's still way above it's way above both resistances, and it's actually holding the upper resistance at 230. Hold on. I can pull this up for you guys. So cat looks fine. It could return to 225. I have stops. They're a little wide because I think this can bounce. So they're down here in like the 227 range. Um, Remember, you always kind of want to set your stop below that peak in volatility that occurs right before consolidation happens. So that's like where my stop is right now. It could fall back to 225. If it does, I'll re-enter at 230. But I think it looks pretty good still. Interesting. Um, 6 is. I'd be kind of amazed if the pressure is so high that this just pushes through 442. So are SST shares just worth holding for now? I mean, it's up to you. The risk is really high. The S1 moved forward, Stefan. Everyone was talking about it in the Discord last night. $50 on SPY, paid for my Dillionaire membership and then some. Nice, dude. Yeah, my calls from this morning are up almost 100%. Nice 1x. Steel plant got blown up by Russia and Ukraine now. I mean, it's unfortunate. Thoughts on AMD 110C 617 earnings should be great. Chip shortage will last until 2024. I don't like 110s. I have them, but I have leaps. So I think for earnings, I'm everything I have is at 100 and 105 for like June and August. I don't hate July either, but like July 105s are at 500. I mean, it's pretty fucking good. Let's see if the SPY has enough to push itself up or keep pushing itself up. If it breaks 442.25, we could see a lot more liquidity come back into the market. It's pretty big signal. I'm surprised it's pushing so hard against it. I don't know why I play anything but the SPY. It's so goddamn reliable. Nope, the answer is no. Is it risky to wait for an exit price of 16.17 for SST? And it's probably not going to happen. How bad did IV crush? I mean, IV must have crushed a shitload. I mean, if you have like a lot of shares, there's always, you know, maybe not. And shorter term calls are worth more than keeps. It's not even a lot of good opportunity. Ooh, good opportunity cover calls there. Why would Tesla be dead? No, I think Tesla's gonna keep pushing up. How it fails, right? Why are they delaying the inevitable for themselves on GME? I mean, the logical conclusion there would be that the exposure, they are not concerned about the exposure due to the split or due to the pre-announcement of the split, or, you know, they're simply waiting because they don't need to cover anything right. I retired early on what I've learned during our GME adventure. People like Gherk should be on TV instead of what's on Bloomberg right now. Thanks, Pete. Rolled my 145 CCs for Friday into 155s for next Friday on the pump. Got another 0.25 for each. Nice. Dearest Mr. Pickle, theoretically speaking, if DFV wrote CCs, how much money do you think he would make in a month? Well, presume he doesn't ever want to sell his shares. And he's selling like point one delta. So $86 a week times. We have 250,000 shares, right? Like 200 grand a week. More if he sold them 30 days out. How far can Tesla go today? Turning around a little bit here. And the next real resistance is at like 1073. There's some resistance in this range, like 1030, 1035. Hey, free money. Those. Remember, we expect a lower high, right? That's the expectation, is a lower high. We could, you know, get a higher high, but that would be crazy. $200K almost retirement money. It's $200K a week. If he sold them 30 days out, let's see. 30 days out, 0.1 delta. Uh, $687,000 a month. That's why I don't think he ever sold his shares. Why would he? BBY DKS chart mirrors XRT today. Interesting. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna ever make money on these, so I might as well just hold them. Oh, what's going on with BTU? Time to get back into some more calls. Ooh. Load up. 2.6. Average down. Those are still in the money. Netflix looks good. Lisa's starting to look pretty fucking good too. Maybe my shitty 220 calls will print. What did I spend on them? Oh, those aren't expensive. Nvidia doing good. I mean, everything's just coming up today. Docu moving up. So 95s are in the money. If anybody got those yesterday. LT still pushing. Baba's bouncing a little bit. Not enough though. XRT ripping. Decent volume too. Ooh. Snapchat's looking a little more enticing. Jesus fucking Christ, the fucking near-term IV is so high. What the fuck? I should have bought more yesterday. Shit. Check out GPS. It's kind of just doing what GameStop's doing. Oh shit, I didn't have coffee today. Need to get some coffee. Spy ripping because of DRS. Can't DRS ETFs. How's rig looking? Not great. Oil futures are down a little bit today, but they're cyclical, so just make sure you have a lot of time. Well, not even a lot of time, just some time. Been gone a while. Is Sylviar dead? Not necessarily dead, but kind of stagnant right now. You can wait for good entry opportunities, I think. Probably about 20 more days. AMC GME options ramp is stacked up like crazy again. They're gonna explode again. They're not stacked up like crazy again. It's a lot of OI got sold off on Friday, and then some OI returned yesterday. Myrna puts today. Hmm. Could. I don't know if the range is very good. And the downtrend looks like it's turning around a little bit. This might see some more ups before it drops further. So you might have a chance to get in a better range. Like if you can get puts in like when this is trading at like 152, maybe at 150. I guess it depends on how far out you're looking to. Like you could see it dropping into the 140s in like a week or so. Could OSTK actually recover if the market moves up? Which one's that? Overstock? I have puts on this. It looks okay today. Why are people so concerned with OSTK going up? I feel like I've been asked about this company a lot lately. Is it because they think it's same like GameStop? What I view as an attractive entry for GME, generally anything under 100. We hit 85 yesterday, but I suspect we'll go lower near term. Any input or still blah on it? I mean, I have puts on it, Subway Cup. Their share offering was released last night as well. I'm sure once some of the interest dies down, it's gonna tank. I mean, there's only one guarantee on Ader, right? Is that it's gonna go back down. Even a fair valuation puts it at like 3 or 4. So long dated puts seem far more reliable. I'll add to the position as the price climbs. think Rite Aid will hit 850 again. I have no idea. It could. I mean, it hit 850 the other day. Last was that last Friday or last Thursday? What's going on here? Sorry, I just want to watch the Home Depot test of 305 because I have a lot of calls. Would you consider October near the money GME contracts relatively low risk play versus just owning shares? Near the money GME contracts relative risk. I think you can get a better price on them. I mean, I think they're low risk. I think we'll see significant amount of price improvement at some point before then. But at our current prices, I think you can get them cheaper. Hater is GME 2.0. I have AOC monitors, Fluffy. They're tested 135. I guess 210 will be our next target for GME. You heard it here first. And you pop off the support after earnings? Possibly, yeah. When are you going to position for a possible May-June run on GME? Probably in May. May or June, $8 or $5 puts the better play. I don't know how much I like fives. I like sixes and sevens now. Fives are a little risky. And with all the interest in it, it's possible that it could hold a longer price point for a while. I'm buying mine further out anyway. Like let's see. Well, it's not over 7. I don't dislike August 750s if it pushes up one more time. Nearer term, I like the weekly 650s that are right here on May 13th. Not a lot of OI, but there's a decent amount of OI at 6. And then I think it was the 27th. Wait, did OI get closed out? Jan 2023 550s are $2. And you gotta get rid of some of that near-term IV spike when you buy into these. That's why I kept saying 750, because that's the best put. When it opens, but it still hasn't crossed 750 yet. Spread. A little more upside there. Ooh. I don't think so. How's my monitor brand political? Oh, because uh what's her name? Yeah. Haha. See BBY recovering today, 19 to 20, end of May. End of May. I mean, max paying on BBBY is around $20 right now. Why so long a projection? Oh, the upside of Vader is a terrible play. It's a D-SPAC. They always play out the same way, right? Like it started back when like Wall Street Bets was pumping and dumping. Well, Ader was one of them at the time, and IRNT was the other one. They have like rolling share offerings that are constantly on the table, so you can get rug pulled on the upside at any time. The downside of these plays is insane. Shorting Wall Street Bets is probably one of the most guaranteed profitable things that you can do. Because that's when I bought my calls. What strike do you have? I don't really like Bed Bath and Beyond calls that aren't like August or Leaps, but because they're so cheap, why not just buy August or buy Leaps? Like buy out past both OPEC states and or buy Leaps and wait for the FTD pile up. Have you ever used crude oil prices to determine when to fill up on gas? I have a hybrid and I drive my car like once every 3 weeks. So, no, but I really don't care what gas costs, frankly. Thoughts on $33 leaps? I like them. Pullback or no pullback, I think BTU is going to continue to climb. Shorting Wall Street Bets, same like money printer. A lot of the time, yeah. Yeah, of course you short after the boom. Don't preemptively short shit. Don't even short. Just buy puts at the peak. Fade the top of whatever successful plays they have. Because it's not like they exercise and hold for a long period, right? They just, everyone sells out in mass. Price target guesstimate of HD. Oh, it's got a lot of room to the upside. Like a test of 320 is not a problem, I don't think. Not on the weekly. I have weekly calls, but I also have longer term calls. I have weeklies at like 305. I have longer term ones at 310, 320. I mean, that's why I didn't that's why I didn't like Ader this whole time, right? Because you just don't know how far it's gonna run. You can buy it at 5, it only hits 6. You can buy it at 3, it only hits 4, you know. But what you do know is that when it turns around at the top, it's coming all the way the fuck back down. How much room does the SPY have to move up? Oh, it can keep going. We'll see. I think it'll stabilize mostly within this like 442 to 445 range today. I took profits on my calls this morning already. They were 1x, right? Like, or 2x. So there's just no reason to keep holding them through the consolidation. It will be a struggle, I think, for this resistance. It's kind of an important one. If we got here on the daily, the breakout here is interesting. If this continues to push up, uh, we're looking at, 462, 462.50 uh, for a return to a bull trend, which I don't think will happen. So, I would expect this run will end somewhere in the 450s, maybe 454. I would be surprised if we broke back into the long-term trend up above 462. BBY broke the double top. Nice. Is Weber a good play? It's an interesting one. I think Apple will break 166.50. My calls hope so. I have 165s on Apple. I sold my puts yesterday. And I bought some calls, not a lot, but a few, because I did think a turnaround was at least a little bit possible to GES. Yeah, I guess looks like it's starting to break out. That actually looks. If I can pick one of these. Oh, maybe not today. How's the volume? Son of a. Probably wait. GameStop looking pretty decent. I think this is gonna run again. Actually, actually kind of really like this. Um, not their tech or any of that stuff, but the way it's being valued, and it's like the constant piling of long positions on the downside. Um, looks bullish. Decently small float too. And if they get approval on the emergency, um, like the emergency FDA approval, um, this is gonna fucking rocket like $30-$40. Did it again. I'm gonna update Reddit because people keep getting super pissy over there, but I don't see why. I'm updating in protest. Can you update the Discord? We're at 147.66. Pushing up to like that 140 might have moved 48 resistance. After that, 150 possible. If the SPY keeps moving up, we could see 150. RIP SST. Oh yeah, it's probably fine. I am curious because they still have to cover those FTDs, so I'm curious what's going to happen with that. I'm one of those pissy people. I just don't know what to like. If I predict, let me ask you then, Zeps, if I accurately predict all of the price action for the day, first thing in the morning, then why does anybody care if there's an update? Daddy Shotgun, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC.
I don't know if I'd target as soon as May. I'm not sure how long your FDA approval process takes. You might want to give yourself some time there. It's a bio stock, remember, unpredictable. They can get denied and then resubmit, and it's like checking Twitter. You just do it. If the warrants are at 1150, they'd want to sell all those shares at a higher price during this FTD covering, right? If the FTD quantity is larger than the number of warrants still uptrend, possibly. I mean, my calls are burnt, right? So I'm just gonna hold them. I don't really care. I only bought calls with like half my profits from the two runs that we killed it on. So yeah, it sucks. It limits, you know, the amount of money I made off the play, but I'll just hold them and see what happens. Yes, if you're making money off wheat, you could say that you're making bread. What would you look for in a possible reversal from the uptrend today? I don't know. We'll see if we fall off towards the afternoon. I mean, it's a straight rug pull, right? The price dropped $5 overnight. There's no getting out of it. Not if you're holding options. I mean, if you had shares, you could have sold last night after market close. Am I gonna capture my $7 back per contract? I don't think so. BUI is stuck in the 1774 resistance I have marked. This may be where it stalls. It's where it stalled last time. AMD or BBY on a green day like this, still good value despite the decent bounce. Yeah, they are. Just remember that you could see some downside. I mean, BBY is like up at like $1. It's not that big of a deal, and still way below 20. So the price is solid. Dillard's going for 310, maybe 350 by 420. I have a limit sell at 350, so if it hits, I'm out. Rig dead? No, just oil's down a little bit today. Zizo23, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more
I think, didn't Biden repeal the freeze on like oil drilling or something last night? Big war day in Ukraine, commodities getting crushed. I mean, you shouldn't be buying into any commodities for short-term plays, right? You should be at least holding for 6 months to a year, if not 3 to 5. Gator taking a dip, reg pull. Looks like I'll never get those 750s. Oh well. He opened up some federal land to drilling at a higher rate and small parcels. Okay. It came up like on my feed. I didn't really get to read into it. Average down my overstack puts or hedge with a call if it tests 40 and gets rejected. What do you have puts at? I have 38 in the near term, 35 a little longer. I'm still having a hard time figuring out what to short in the basket, like what to buy puts on during the down cycle for the basket stocks. Um, that moves down as hard as GameStop. And Overstock looked like it had decent potential. to drive downwards. Which title would you want for your documentary? Pi-Fi, Trading Stocks, and Fackin' Thoughts, Gherk Trading Wheat and Wedding Seats, or Persians, Pickles, Plays, and Puzz? You pick. 445 Spy, the make or break point for this run? Probably, yeah. We get more Netflix 350s. Averaging them up now, though. Sell off my 380s. AMD testing 97. Yeah, it looks solid. I told you guys, AMD under 100 is very cheap. It's unlikely you'd stay down on that position for a long period of time. What other basket stocks would be worth looking into for leaps? The problem is a lot of them don't seem to a lot of them don't have the same illiquidity GameStop does. So GameStop moves far more violently to the upside than to the downside. DDS doesn't really move down. It's difficult to find it's difficult to find a stock that moves as much as GameStop in the basket. And for options, you know, you want that notional price increase and decrease. It's far more important than the percentage change. The max pain for the week on BBBY is 18, but the 30-day max pain is at like 20, 21. Also moves okay and it's cheap. Yeah. I want to see how your neighbor's doing. I don't know. See her today. Thanks for asking, sir. Push my Tesla $200 US more so I can sell it 0 after months. Thanks. I mean, I don't think my covered calls that I sold or my naked calls would like it very much if Tesla pushed up that high. I mean, I'd still be just outside, but 1250 would be a real problem for me. $523, $623 run gonna be the most violent one yet. Could be. Only 235s for June 17th, so they definitely have time on them. Yeah, I think I wouldn't be super worried about the near-term uptick in price. I have 38s close and 35s further out. But I think June also. Greg, I asked you about Billionaire last week, and I made progress. I have 3,800 in total account value, with 2,200 in trade and 1,500 in cash for reserves. Will Billionaire help me or wait? That's up to you, man. If you think if you're going in there with the mindset that you want to learn, then I think it's valuable. Otherwise, it's not. And that's up to you. But you're gonna ultimately have to make of it what you can. That's a much better. Big improvement on your trading account size from last week. Congratulations. Chat, why doesn't Pi-Fi share more with us? Also, chat, hey, tell us about the crazy lady that lives next door. This is accurate. Price range for GME, you said unlikely that we'll see a higher high. It is. I think 148, 150 at best, and we're kind of coming up on 148 right now. Shifts are showing over 20 million in deep in the money put spot Jan and November 140. Interesting. Bot? That's not a good sign. Okay, not 20 million, 1 million. 140s looks sold. Maybe. No, they might be being 150s. The 150s kind of look like they're sold. Actually, they both, the 140s and 150s both look sold. I don't see 20 million in deep in the money puts at all. And I only see them for April. Which stock are you talking about? Are you not talking about GameStop? I learned a lot in Billionaires, learned strats, timing, made friends, and saw some only unholy things done to Fruit Loops. Is your neighbor just crazy or like our kind of crazy? I think just crazy. Oh, for AMD. Let's see. Sound like swaps more than anything. Okay. Number like at the bid? I don't think these are bought, dude. Bid's been dropping all day. Like they're smashing the bid hard. Yeah, I know Shift Search shows them as being maybe bought. It's kind of in the middle, but I think these are sold. Lots of like sold condors and swaps on AMD. So when they're entering condors, a condor is like when you sell a short condor, you're saying like the underlying will trade within this range, and you know the trade is initiated with the sale of an in the money put. And that's what the credit is used to by the rest of the legs that hedge it. Fidelity back to 7.5. Wasn't it back to 7.5 yesterday? Or is that 0.25 up? Oh, Fidelity's down 0.25. Okay. Yeah, and what we're seeing a lot on these bounces in Wyckoff is we're still seeing, you know, we're seeing shares returned. Where the fuck did GME go? Okay, this isn't updated for some reason, but I guess it didn't save. So, with our low here, if we see another high, I expect it to be in a slightly lower range, but the floor is really stable. With no real volume traded below our previous low, which is very good, right? We may stabilize here, and if we find a floor here at 142, that's significant for the next run. Joined Tillionaires, my beard filled in, and my wife has been flirting with other men less and less. I need to get a fucking haircut. Do you think Jimmy will come back to test 140 again? It looks like we're finding a lot of support there. A higher low would be interesting. But yeah, I do. I don't like 160, but 162.50s and 165s I don't hate. I have like 30 contracts right now at 165 sold. I don't know why both of the stocks on the screen are... One of these is supposed to be Home Depot. I want to get out of my weeklies, but I'm hoping this moves up to like 307, 308. Jimmy is up. Why so sad? Covered calls shill. I'm not sad. SST dead? Probably. App won't load today's charts for any stock. It just says chart is not available. That's weird. Try clearing the cache and logging back in. Let me check. Okay. Yeah, my charts are working. Yeah, try like clearing the cache and stuff. Any idea why Fidelity doesn't show August or September options for GMA? No. Again, I don't like Fidelity for options. How could I turn $37 of buying power into 38 by the end of the day? I don't know, man. I just got approved for CCs by Fidelity. What should I do with my hands? I don't know what to tell you. Get 38.50. There we go. Is that it? Yeah, that's close enough. Looks like we have more retests on the downside, unless we see a higher high. But yeah, either way, I think we're going to see more consolidation of the downside. And the borrow rate dropping today indicates that shares are being returned, right? If shares are being returned, that means they're positioning to push the price of the stock back down. How do you feel about Amazon at these prices? I'm just selling CSPs on Amazon. Finally not going to be assigned on the ones I currently have out. So yeah, I'm just trying to make as much money as I can off of CSPs as the price climbs. Um, with the split announcement, Amazon is likely to see price improvement up until the split, right? And so if you sell CSPs under this, you can buy in post split, or you can buy in right at the end before the split occurs, with whatever profits you make on the way up. And then, if it shoots up 50% post split, I'll just sell the shares. If it doesn't, then I'll sell covered calls with them. Are you playing AMD earnings at all? Earnings last fall was wild. I mean, sort of. I have leaps on AMD, and I have some July calls. I'm not like playing earnings with anything short term, but I have leaps and like kind of far dated calls, like 45 90 DTE calls at 100 and 105, and leaps at 110 and 115, 120, I think. Back. I have my brokerage open. I have them in. Yeah. I also have 145s, which I'm bag holding. Hey, look at Home Depot. Unleash Guybrush. No. After a number of tests, I found that Fidelity has consistently better fill rates on options opposed to TD. I've never used TD, so I'm not really sure. Fidelity has good order execution. I just don't like their UI. I've been waiting for earnings. Solid colors. I've been waiting to earnings to roll out or offload some Netflix 52380s, but do you think it's wiser to do that now on this price improvement, or hope for a good earnings? I assume is what the end of that was. I don't know. I have 380s too. I'm probably just gonna hope for a good earnings. I don't think it's a big jump from 350 to 380 for Netflix. So I think if they at least beat expectations a little bit, which are already kind of low, I think a retest of 400 is definitely possible. Yeah, UI on Schwab sucks too, but I do like Schwab also. I like Schwab and Tastyworks because they give me obscene amounts of margin. I take back the certain put thing. My port is now so blood red I can hear it screaming. What's the story of Pickle and CERN? Pump and waiting on dump? No, if their buyout falls through, the price is gonna tank. And options are dirt cheap, right? So it's just like a fun gamble. And Popcorn Trader is the largest holder of certain puts in the continental US. Sounds like you need to unzip, Segan. Thoughts on tinfoil theories? I mean, you know what my thoughts on tinfoil theories are, Herva. The same as they always are. You're completely out of GME options right now. No, I have dailies, well, weeklies, and I have covered calls. I just don't have any long call position for a run up. If you guys haven't been paying attention to the Wyckoff trend, it's a free money printer. I don't know if people are missing that. Maybe I need to clarify. You're gonna hold it. No, I have a stop loss on them. If we drop below 146, they're getting sold. Be obligated to assist Segan 43 with playing with this pickle. It's not an obligation if you've already negotiated the contract. Please clarify. I haven't been here in a long time. The fucking stock goes up and down, like, pretty consistently. Every time it goes down, it then goes back up. So buy the bottom, buy low, sell high, right? You just if it's gonna make $10 price swings every 3 days. Am I the only person in on weeklies for GameStop today? Why would I said it was going up this morning? It's like I feel like I'm giving money like food to starving people, and they're just like, I don't know how to eat this. Tesla touched 1040 today? Possible, unlikely. 1035 at best, I think. Of course, buying now is chasing. I'm a cat man. Not for the last 2 weeks, I haven't. I've been trying to teach people to feed themselves, Jacob. That's what I've been doing. I think that's about the top of the SPY for today. Uh, I still think it can push up to 445. It could flatline though. It's over 442, so 445 would be a little extra bullish, but it's possible. I didn't tell anybody to buy GME weeklies this week, but use your fucking brain. You know, worse to water and drown it. Wouldn't Citadel security fraud charges? I don't know. Why don't you call the DOJ and ask them? I'm sorry to hear that, Jason. I hope everything turned out all right. What are your thoughts on Twitter? Bullish, bearish? Nobody knows. Good idea. I'll call them every half hour from now until fraud charges. If BBBY keeps breaking out here, what's the resistance? 19? Mid 19s, like 1940 something, I think. I don't want to go look, but it seems accurate, roughly. DOJ front desk, how may I help? Win Citadel fraud charges, stonks, to the moon. There you go. Odds my BBY ADCs go in the money today. 1,000 to 1. Buy a Jan 23 105 and then sell calls. You're talking about a poor man's covered call, Andrew? Your terminology is incorrect if that's what you're referring to specifically. You would be buying a Jan 23 call and selling naked calls. We need to work on syntax. Ader about to dump like a mid-Feb snowstorm in Buffalo. I know. I'm excited. Have you ever eaten a pickle during the live stream? I think so. Don't become obsessed with any of Popcorn Trader's plays. This is possibly the lowest like count we've had so far. Can you remind the poors to do their job? We didn't even hit 1,000 yesterday. It's okay. I understand that you guys don't like the stream anymore. Whatever. But as I've told you in the past, if you don't like it, leave. Don't hang out here all day. Hate watching. Anyone saying Girk told me to do this? Girk said that. Learn to take responsibility for your own actions, do your own work, and stop expecting everything to be handed to you. No wonder your wife left. Thank you, Toilet Wine. I've never liked this stream. You're a goddamn liar, Carl. Have you ever exchanged money for a perm? Yes. Do you know when Ader will dump, e.g., significant upcoming events, likely increased shares liquidity? I think their share thing, like their share offering thing, went into effect last night, same time as SST. Chilling organic coffee grinders unsubbed. Yeah, trash, but that's your own existential fear of being part of something. I think the hate watching is pretty amusing. I sit in various discords, and it's unbelievable how many times these discords talk about Pi-Fi. Stefan, there's a thing, there's a saying, and it goes, there's no such thing as bad publicity. It's applicable. How many BBY moves with OPEC? I get how BBY moves with the OPEC cycle, but how, when would the FTD pile up play in? We'll have to see. The FTDs aren't currently very high. Don't forget, BBY has a lot of ETF inclusion. So, they can do, they're already well practiced in diminishing the effects of an FTD pile up. They've gotten real good at it on GameStop, and they can just, if it's the same short positions that we're dealing with on BBBY, I'm sure that they will use those same strategies. So while they're building up their, obligations, you can build up your position, and then everything goes big boom. It's not that I don't like the stream, it's that I'm a bot, and so is everyone else. Well, tell your programmer to program in the ability to hit the like button occasionally. Was Indo a pump and dump? I don't like it. Just don't want to have any part of it. I don't want to do that though. I don't like the idea of putting the stream behind a paywall. Like I really don't like that. Is BTU worth an entry under 30? Yeah. Did the float shrink on BBBY? It should be 80 million now. I don't like May 20 options on BBBY. Not only do they miss May OPEX, they miss June OPEX as well. I don't know about that, Darb. Can we give us the death count right on Elden Ring? I buy BTU futures. How will my British thermal units get delivered? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna get a coffee. That's it. There we go. That's me. And I'm back. Hello, everybody. You are a little grimy goblin trash. I think I'm getting sick. Check Discord. Who is this? I hate the photo. Ooh, my BBY calls are up. Or my HD calls. Well, both. Daku's killing it. Yes, I can, Stefan. Securities analysis? Vanilla ice? It's disturbing. Don't get exams from Trashdan. He's uncertified and uses... Not certified and uses unsanitary tools. Am I closing my Home Depot weeklies? Or is it just going to keep going up? Jimmy's got a little bit more room to run. I don't think I'm stopped out of my week. Well, that would be because I didn't set a stop loss on them. Shit. No, Devin, it teaches you when a company is undervalued. Or overvalued. Which is essentially all a swing trade tells you. Or a swing trade setup will tell you. Home Depot wants to make me more money. Okay. If you can, you set your limit, your stop at the ask and your limit at the mark, or just below the mark. Yeah, it's likely a little bit of the market moving up and a little bit of the gamma exposure from last Friday. So RBB setup plus undervalued equals win. It will have a higher rate of success, yes. You know, Stefan, trading the MACD has a higher rate of success than almost any other technical indicator. And think of how unreliable that is. Was the WWE considered undervalued? If it is, it's a prime target for a buyout. BBBY expected to move roughly with the GME cycles. It should. It just did. I mean, I think they were mostly satisfying obligations on GME last month. I don't know how many that's going to generate. It should generate some. But it'll be a while till they're realized. How come the Finviz screener doesn't have that many quality fundamental fields? Because you have to do your own research. The best traders I have ever come across have a broad knowledge or decent knowledge of trading and a very good understanding of fundamental analysis. Because it's not the number of plays that you're in, it's the quality of those plays. Unban your boy. Are you going to stop being a prick to everybody? If you agree to stop being a prick to everyone, I will unban you. Going all in on Goose Masters LLC. No, I don't get headaches. I've simmered down. All right. You're unbanned. Just remember, it's not so much the simmering down, it's the getting all worked up in the first place. What would you say is your weakest point as a trader? I'm super fucking greedy. Could you recap the Veru play? There isn't one yet. It's just something I mentioned that I'm looking into more. Yep, they're both boring and painful. But they should be like your Bibles. Listen to RC. There's a balance between Warren and Icon, right? About to buy 30 more Rig 5C weeklies. Thoughts? Sounds fucking terrible. No problem, man. I have docu calls, but they're kind of far dated, so I sort of want to hold them because I think a retest up here in like the 110, 113 range is possible on this bounce. Like, I think we already saw the bottom. I think yesterday was the bottom. Um, and yeah, it might stall out here at like 102, but I could easily see it climbing at least back up to this like midpoint at like 105.30. So I really don't want to get out yet. I'm up, I'm in the money, but I really don't want to get out of them. Home Depot is just not stopping. And so back to me being way too greedy. So what I do to offset that is I take smaller entries in positions and it fucks me every time. Like I only bought 10 HD calls this morning and I should have bought like 150 of them. I knew it was going to go up with the market and definitely go up beyond 305. And yet I didn't. Is HD too chasey right now? No. And yes. On the weekly time frame, yes. If you're buying like farther dated 310s, no. Thanks, Mr. Flags. Well, I trade conservatively to offset the nature of my greed. Sometimes I don't. I think back in like November, I YOLO'd into like 1 DTE Teslas for an overnight bump. But rarely do I YOLO into things. Or if I do, it's minimal. Like even SST, like seemed like a great potential play. And like after I made money on it twice, I only put in like half my profits for the, which is good because I got blown out, right? I still lost 5 grand, but at least I didn't lose all 10. That's on Snap. I really like it. I want to buy more, but I already have quite a lot. I really like 35s, but the IV is just out of control right now. And it's definitely going to crush. My biggest weakness as a trader is not having any money with which to trade. That's tough. There's there's ways to beat that. You can use trading to generate income. But it does mean that you have to save up money somehow. You need some amount of money to turn into more money. It's difficult. Issue is up $6 for about August 400s. What the fuck? SST officially blown out. I mean, pretty much. There's like an off chance that some FTDs will be covered and I'll be able to get out of my contracts at, $50 instead of 15, but it doesn't seem super likely right now. I mean, I entered the gap play with like $100. That was just for fun. I was mostly fucking with Turd. Because if it didn't turn out well, I was going to blame him, which I do. Rig dead? Or cheaper? Rig is undervalued based on current oil prices. Um, if you're getting into it, don't play it for the short term. It probably won't turn out well for you. But if you give yourself a few months, midsummer or fall, at 5, I think you'll see some good returns. You piece of shit. Damn motherfucker. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so. Um, if that's an issue, remember if you log out of Google and log back in, I think it lifts it. Learning to generate steady income by thinking long term, I'm being more successful in the short term. Yeah, it's important. That's on Tesla right now. I still think 1035 is possible. I didn't get any calls today on it. I should have. I just was busy with other things this morning. Now it kind of already tested 1035, huh? I guess look for it to stabilize, maybe in this like 120, 120 or 1023 range. I could see it falling that low. It should find support at 1025, but it may get. Remember, Tesla tends to be really volatile at the peaks of its highs and lows, which is one of the things that makes it so hard to trade because it's very hard to determine when you should exit. And it's very easy to get burned on entries for the same reason. So now be a chance to sell CCs at a higher premium before we possibly dump. Yeah. I'd give myself some room though, in case there's another higher high on this run. Not sure if you could see my comments on stream. Anyway, do you have any predicted dates for a BBY run due to the RC buy-in? I think we saw, I think we saw a lot of pressure from RC's buy-in relieved already. Here when we ran up to like 20, was it 28? So I don't think we're going to see much until this coming OPEX, either in late May or June. Probably whenever GameStop runs next. Do you think Tesla will fall after earnings? Traditionally, it does not. Do you have a hot sauce recommendation? Not financial advice, obviously. Oh, hold on. I do. It's called Cutino Sauce Company. Chipotle. Their Chipotle flavor. Also, Pain is good. Chipotle hot sauce. Really, though, you should just make your own. No, my gains. Home Depot, why you do me like this? With SSC, if it's not an ETF, should T+2 plus 13 reg share for the biggest volume day, April 1st, hit on April 25th? That sounds correct. Those are trading days, right? So it's just T+15. But I believe that's that's the same one I came to. I have to look. I think I may have deleted the chart on trade too. See it here. Have you seen GameStop high of the day? It kind of looks like it, but if we find support here at 145, we could test 150, like 150, 250 into close or towards close. It depends if we're going to see a higher high. Tomorrow's a little less predictable. It'll depend on, you know, how much delta, like how much. Well, I think we're still below gamma neutral, right? So probably not. What's gamma neutral at? Gamma neutral at 145. But the reversal, gamma reversal is at 160. At 165? I can't even fucking see that. 155. So we're above, we have some positive delta pressure, but maybe not enough unless we cross 155. I think we're kind of still in a bit of a dead zone. We're on the upper end of the dead zone. Would you drink flaming hot Mountain Dew? Fuck no. That sounds disgusting. How do you sit there losing more money than I've made in my entire life and not feel a thing? What do you mean? On GameStop? I'm up. I mean, how do I lose like it's just unrealized gains, right? It doesn't, it's fucking meaningless. Yeah, I don't care at all. Dan almighty. Reading Murphy's tech analysis, when you're looking for reversals and a continuation pattern, where do you emphasize your attention? As a newbie, where should I train my eye? Volume. Look at the volume. Look at your intraday charts. Look at how your volume is playing out. Are you starting to see buy pressure building at the point of reversal? Are you seeing a shift in trend? It's easy to spot consolidation, but it's hard to figure out the direction it's going to move. You know, this is where I use oscillators the most. You can use things like the negative volume index and determine, you know, try to determine, you know, if buy pressure is picking up into that point of resistance. Some pickles are big and some pickles are small. Long pickles, short pickles, we'll eat them all. Beautifully put, MJ99. 40 what? And so did the market. But there's a little gamma exposure from last week on the suppressed stocks, if you will. Today's T+2. It's T+2sday. I forgot which one you recommended last week. I can afford Dillionaire, but not Whale. Pigeon Whales is more of a thing just to like support the channel and shit on poor people. But everything included in Dillionaires, besides the shitting on poor people, is available to pigeon whales. I don't know how to describe it. Think of it like a caste system. And Zillionaires has pretty much the same level of access. Right? Is that accurate? Don't listen to the pigeon whales because they'll tell you it's amazing. Just guess when I'm wrong. I just double and triple down. Sometimes. Well, sometimes you're wrong or you're early, right? You're not wrong. And that's when you look to double down or roll. I saw a YouTuber doing TA on the RSI graph and MACD graph. Is that like doing voodoo from the results of reading tea leaves? Sort of. Do you think taxing people a flat 30% on unrealized losses yearly would promote people to make better decisions and lead to a healthier gambling trading habits? No. It would just lead to less speculation in the market, which no one likes. Where did Dan's fall in the caste system? Sort of near the bottom. MACD and RSI. What a joke. I base my YOLOs off of OBV. I saw somebody did another fucking OBV DD again. They're regressing over on Super Stonk. Hot sauce recipe? I'll have to pull it up. I have a few. What do you do if your backtesting points to the biggest indicator of whether a play wins or fails is whether you take a large position in it or not? Oh, I know that feeling. Am I thinking this through properly? I think so. I've been buying shares of BTU, but I don't have a lot of them. Mostly just leaps. Any experience making authentic Neapolitan pizza? I have an uni oven, which, I should not legally use in my apartment. Regarding yesterday's mention that it seems GME decoupled from AMC for some time now, this mean they don't need the volatility hedge anymore? It can mean several other things too, right? It can mean that um interest in AMC has waned to the point that it is no longer an effective volatility hedge. Because remember, if AMC isn't splitting retail FOMO, then it's not doing its job at all. With the upcoming split, dividend split, or whatever, how can one maximize exiting and re-entering the position? What do you mean? Like, exiting pre-split and re-entering post-split, that's not advisable. No, it's a wood pellet one. Of course I open a window. I mean, I do it outside. I'm just not supposed to go out on like the fire escape or have anything hot there. I hate this small limit, but I don't want to come off rude. You taught me so much for free, but I gotta be real and I'm really stressing about money. What happened? That's your first comment? Thank you, Mo Money, by the way. Maximize profit and collecting more shares. I mean, your best chance to collect more shares will probably be in whatever dip is upcoming. The volatility post split is very unpredictable. It could lead to massively more interest in the stock. Cat coming back up. Dividend on Friday. I know. What's up, Queen of the Burr? All this cooking talk has inspired me to pirate an 1100 page Mexican cookbook. Let's fucking go. Citadel is the largest holder of SST. Perhaps they use this to distract retail instead of AMC this time. Maybe, but I mean, SST really didn't start until GME was already in its downtrend. BBBY isn't in XRT. Something that should be noted. Chewy accumulation? I just don't like the stock. Cohen doesn't run the company anymore. I don't think it's as well run as it used to be. Elon thinks everything he does is philanthropy because it's all to improve human lives, he says. Thoughts? I mean, he's like a narcissistic sociopath, right? So, of course. You can't catch a fire escape on fire. It's metal. Pizza ovens don't melt steel beams. A little better, Stefan. Has the responsibility of Pickles Picks made you a better trader? I know you take pride in your work. A little bit, unfortunately. It's made me enter things that I would generally deem, well, Oh. Yes, I don't know. My trading profits have improved pretty significantly since I started the stream, but I think that has to do more with a shift from day trading to swing trading. The same things that I would look for to enter day trades tend to be better for swing trades. Um, and then I would say with pickles picks, I'm more risk averse. When choosing the underlying, because I don't want people to get burned, obviously. Um, hmm, possibly, yeah. Did you see last night where we found APs for the ETFs? I did. DMMs are APs, but there's other APs also. So I'm confused on the conclusion. Or did you find more beyond just the DMMs? You're not getting your pizza oven hot enough. I starred in an adult film set in a pizza parlor one time, and the pizza oven nearly melted my steel beam. Lol. The flaming hot cheese sticks to metal? What? No, we found the actual APs. Ooh. Interesting. And I'll look. I'll look after the stream. This is intriguing. I want to look right now. Where is it? Goodies? God, why is it like that? Amro, Stanley, and Virtue. You think we'll see a gap fill at 500? I don't know if there is a gap at 500. Have you kept track of the Pickles Picks win-loss percent and average ROI? No? I guess I could. I mean, I could always go back in and check it. I think it's pretty good. Decent. Definitely better than most hedge funds. Just don't fire up your kiln out there. What do you see Snap going to? I'm looking for it to hit 40 post earnings. I think it could break potentially a little bit higher than that, but I really like 35s because they capture the whole move, even if it falls short of 40. It'd be the new local high. The local low is 137. What do you think? Elon is a narcissistic sociopath. Are you kidding? I see him as caring about good and trying to change the world. He's not. He's trying to get rich. I mean, you're talking about a guy who buys out companies and then makes the former owners of those companies sign agreements that will credit him as the inventor of the product. Doesn't that sound like the behavior of a narcissistic sociopath to you? Cash flow, EPS, and PE ratio. You gonna straddle Netflix's earnings? Probably a little bit, but like a more bullish straddle. So maybe like 2-1 call to put. He did that with Tesla. He also did it with PayPal. I think he does it pretty regularly with SpaceX. Is July 15 240 cat call chasing at this point? If it continues to stabilize in this 230 range, then no. But it may not be soon enough. That's a big move. I think Jamie might be about done for the day. If I'm right, can you ban Moonwind until he becomes a member? I'll think about it. Elon has whatever condition his publicist tells him he needs to have. But PE ratio plus EPS would have both been negative for GME, so I can't see the positive good and negative bad. Can you please give some insight? GME had very good cash flow for what they were trading at. EPS wasn't great, but you know it wasn't terrible when it was trading at like $4 a share. Obviously, it's not meeting those conditions anymore. But back when DFE was analyzing it, it was. They weren't going out of business. They weren't broke by any means. Darth Dan, welcome to Dillionaires. Congratulations. Moving back on up. Thank you so much, man. Thoughts on Jimmy's price action reacting to the 100-day EMA repeatedly? I mean, I feel like we're kind of channel locked right now. We have buyers on the low side and sellers on the high side. We saw longs reposition just after that run to 156 last week, right on Friday. Large institutions, not retail. I mean, some retail, but mostly large institutions captured profits here, right? And that led to our Monday decline. Now, but then also yesterday we saw a lot of delta come in at the bottom. So the institutional interest is there. You just have to remember they're a lot more willing to paper hand at a higher test and then reposition. And so we're likely seeing them reposition along that moving average, selling the high and buying the low. And then they'll do that as they build up a longer position, right? I am no longer a poor song. Which song, Darth Dan, you choose? Which of the Dillionaire songs would you like? Do you want the chant, the rap, The chant plus the rap. Or the OG making fun of Andrew Mo Money. Original Gregorian chant. All right. Let's see what I can do for you.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Congratulations and welcome back, Darth. Inverse head and shoulders on GME forming intraday. A little bit, yeah. We found some. So remember earlier I said if we could find some support right around here, we could see a test of 150, maybe 150, 250. It's looking good. I will update Reddit and let them know. That is beating expectations mildly. Sorry, just joined. What to do with SST? Covered earlier. Buy puts, diamond hand calls. I mean, you can sell your calls for the nothing they're worth now. You could buy puts, but the range to the downside is maybe minimal. It seems to be pretty stable in this like $13, $14 range. There's a potential that at some point FTDs will need to be covered. Likely in the next week, I think. If that's true, it still needs to be cleared off the reg show threshold list. That could provide some ups and maybe an opportunity to get out of those calls. Our Lady who art above us, VWAP be thy name. Thy tendies come, thy DD done, and practice as it is in theory. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness, as we forgive those who bet against us. Lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. For thine is the market and the profits and the money forever and ever, Riku. Beautifully put, Trash. Haven't been here since the run. What's up, dude? Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration. Are hedgies still spoofing? How is Boom Hunter Pro? Love you, Garrick. Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, we're getting manipulated down, but slowly, very slowly. They're afraid to do big manipulations now. So what you were saying about volume. So right at 1226, BBY volume is peaked at the bottom of this dip. Good sign. It was going to go up, then it did. Yeah. It was. Thanks for your teaching. I just sold my first weekly CC at 165. Awesome. When is the best time to sell CCs? When the price is up. This is the most creative stock channel ever. It's weird, but it's ours. Nice to see CLVR recovering today. Hopefully it continues. I mean, I don't want it to necessarily continue too quickly. I still need to buy back into my position there. When's the next date for anything significant to happen with GME? I mean, do you count it going up and down $10 every other day significant? If you do, then it's happening right now. If not, then if you're waiting for the next big run, somewhere between March 20th and January or June, sorry, March 20th and June 22nd. Since it's full theta gang now, do we have to be cheeky and clever? I mean, you should just try to be that anyway. I've worked in less professional settings in this stream / Discord. I would say this is more professional than most hedge funds. May 20th. Sorry. I've only drank this much of my coffee, okay? Give me a fucking break. Thanks to the help, Gherk. Dropped my BBY cost basis 80 cents so far this week, selling and buying back CCs on this volatility. Making money. Fuck yeah, Natty. Congrats. Sold my Aider position this morning for 100% gains. Looking for a good entry on the next swing play. Ideas? You could fade the top of Aider. Volume on Snap. Ooh. Getting spicy. When's their earnings? The 21st, right? Had Lion Man's mushroom coffee. Neuroprotective, like mini Adderall. It sounds like a way to fuck your liver up. Thank you for all your help these past months. I'm unemployed, lost money on 510s, and I would do it all over again. Riku, thank you, Darth Dan. I appreciate it, man. You should always be really careful having any sort of mushroom concoctions. Why don't I just put them in a fucking omelet then? How long can XRT sit on Reg Show? Forever. Overstock was on Reg Show for a few years, and it's a stock. ETFs with their nigh infinite floats can just chill there. Weird that one is on there, but I've been testing out some DeFi plays on arbitrage and forced stable coins, recursive over collateralized loans to myself. Couldn't go worse than Darth Dan's FDs. We try not to use the term FD in here. If possible, please. Some may find it offensive. I don't like what it entails. I don't know. How are you playing arbitrage and forced stable coins? Like just algo trading them at like penny profits? Less sub penny profits? I know you already like Snap, but once the RBB setup finish forming on it, can I show you and please critique? It will be like one screenshot, chart arrows with and words. Ugh, fine. As a lawyer, I'd advise that if any mushroom concoction is given to you, drink it. Thanks, turd. Why do you think they reposition at these levels? It's cheaper. Any insight on how to spot the top of Ader? I mean, their shared thing was approved last night. I'd imagine the peak will be when it falls off of Reg Show. It already looks like it's coming down pretty hard. Down almost $1 today. I'd watch it though, because it can remain volatile for a few more days before it really sees significant downside. Oh, Home Depot's being such a bitch. Do you have an opinion on Baba? It's very cheap right now. You could buy it for less, maybe. Baba's for tomorrow, though. Oh, that's stock. Ooh, what's Apple doing? Did I stop out of those? Nope. I think Chinese stocks are potentially getting delisted. Just DD. Baba's not getting delisted. But DD might. What would make institutional longs want to reposition? They think it can go up. They're probably playing. They're probably interested in both playing the pre-split and also interested in being involved in the announcement of the NFT marketplace before the end of quarter two. I think that's why we're starting to see. I mean, that a lot of those were the events that led up until into the run on March 18th. Institutions also don't like to drop plays either, even though GameStop is considered overvalued at this current price point with the NFT marketplace and the possible revenue. Even institutional revenue projections from the NFT marketplace are very high, over $1 billion a year in additional revenue. And the announcement of that can cause quite a lot of FOMO, and so they want to position before that happens. This is also why we're seeing big moves in IMX and LRC, right? Because they're positioning in those as well. I'm well aware of the double charts. I answered a question, but I was going to switch it back. All right, fuck you, Home Depot. Nope. Out, in. Let's just have call on these weeklies. I hold them another day. I'm gonna stick with them. Netflix breaking 350 now. It's good. Visa not quite performing the way I was hoping. Also not terrible. I wonder if I should just reposition into 215s tomorrow. No, it'll press that. Really? Aha. GME moving back up to 148. Really low fucking volume though. When was Netflix at 300? Even back here, it only hit 329. I bought 350s yesterday. I have 380s also. I got the rig 5-minute. Looks good. A nice bounce. Home Depot, probably. S rule. What's up? Joining for lunch. Anything good happening with BBY and Jamie? Double down on my BBY position at 1680. Nice. No, BBY is having an okay day. So is GameStop, but nothing crazy. Yeah, even if restrictions are removed, I don't know how successful cruises are going to be. Now, because now people are going to be spending less, J-dubs. Later, Ali. What do you think about 147.50, 122 target? For Jamie? are up 11% today. Do you think I could keep up this trend? Maybe. They have a large number of obligations that need to be cleared. I bought HD when it was at 300. Not Jimmy related. Any advice on Elden Ring? I just started and I am getting absolutely destroyed. I wouldn't say that I'm the best person to get advice from on that game. I'm not super great at it, but level up. Find something that you can farm and farm it. Do you wish some relationship advice? Should I stay with my girlfriend of 10 years or break up with her out of the blue? I mean, do you want to break up with her? What do you think about Target 147.50 122C? Isn't Target trading at like 200? So you're buying like a super deep in the money call? Or 247.50 122? That's not even a call. I don't know what you're talking about. It helps to have people betting on you falling off cliffs. Yeah, but I got you guys back for that. What do you think about SST volume? I assume shorts still have FTDs to cover, and it doesn't look like the new shares are just flooding out in terms of volume seen today. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen, but they are gonna have to cover those FTDs at some point, and hopefully I'll be able to get out of what contracts I have with less of a loss. I mean, that's all I'm really looking at now. See you guys later. I forgot my headphones, so I can't listen in at this shared workspace. Don't frustrate Kirk too much. Thanks. Buckle up, Jen. Brett, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. X run up before end of week? I don't think X is a very good short term play. For target. Yeah. Okay, Trina. You said for target, right? And then you said 122, which either means January of 22, which already happened. And then I don't know what else it could mean, because the January leaps for next year would either be 123 or 12023 is their expiration. And then the stock is trading at 244.61, and you're asking about 147.50 calls. Do you understand my point of confusion here? I know it's stock you're talking about, but I don't understand the rest of what you mean. Not sure if you're missing it. What is this? What are you DMing me? If a CSP for BBBY is at 1750 ending next week, with the current price, can one get assigned on any night between now and next Friday? If so, when is it more likely to happen? It's more likely to happen next Friday. But you could, yeah, you could be assigned at any time that it's, you know, in the money. Isn't BBBY trading above 1750? Oh, I mean, it's like 25 cents below. It's unlikely you'll get exercised at this point. If it closes at like 16 or something, you might have to worry about it. Oh, okay. No worries, Esrel. Yeah, I have both. I have Netflix and HD. I have HD 305, 310, and 315, and then I have Netflix 350 and 380. $247.50 for Target. But I'm still confused on the date. I mean, I like the price point. I think Target's gonna probably come back up. But I'm assuming you mean leaps. But there is no 250 there. So April 22nd, 247.50. It's risky. If the market doesn't sustain this push tomorrow, You know, these are going to lose a lot of value. So 247.50, 422, right? You don't have to keep donating. You can just tell me in the chat. Thank you. Um, I assume you mean this contract. I don't. I don't particularly like this. I don't mind 245, but I think they both carry a bit of risk that this upward push in the SPY isn't sustained. Some of these bigger blue chips usually want to give yourself some more time. I think given some time, a push of 245, 250 isn't out of the question. Thanks, Esrel. I appreciate that. Let's on adding a very, very strict Discord channel that's only purpose, no small talk, no bullshitting, is to present plays to be critiqued. I'm sort of in the process of developing that right now. What's up, bestcams.fun? Yeah, 420. I'm not overly fond of 470, 247.50. I think the run can sustain. I'm in on target also, but I have a little bit more time on my calls. Aren't you a dillionaire, Trina? Target was like a pickles pick like last week. I bought April 235s and I bought May 240s. Yeah, I agree, Space Monkey. X is a money printer. Actually, I'm kind of excited for averaging down on this dip. You ready for Smooth and all of his children to come out of the woodwork tomorrow? Yeah, Trina, you need to hit live on the video so you can have this conversation in real time. I don't know what your theory is. Why don't you write something there instead of just say no harm in showing my theory? Want to get demonetized today? No. What's the best way to play the 8 or downside? Long dated in the money puts or just buy weekly way out of the money for pennies? I think long dated puts. I think it can experience some volatility for a little while before it drops. You'll only be taxed on the gains, so 700. What are you guys doing to me? Is this a meme? Is GME done for the day? I don't know yet. It's not looking great. Third test, maybe? No worries, Trina. I'm just trying to keep you from making a possibly terrible decision. I'm super bad at checking in with the pickles picks. Yeah, Target was like 2 weeks ago. There was a really good entry on it. It's a little bit chasey right now. Unless you give yourself some time. If you give yourself some time, I see it going up significantly more. But anything, I mean, the whole sector is doing well, right? Pooping at work. What's up, Pantheus? Do you think this is possibly the high for the week for GME? Could be. Was X in Pickles picks? What week? I think X was a while back. Let's see. 4-4. X was on 313. So the Pickles picks for 314 to 318. That's when I first entered. I think it was trading around, oh, like 33 at the time. I actually started buying it a little earlier than that, but I wasn't super confident in the upside at that point. God, I'm good at stocks. Thanks, Sika Star. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate that, man. I know, Trina. If you're interested in Target, you want more time. Time is your friend there. And it's a little expensive right now. Use your triangles to put Jimmy past that 148.50 you called 3 hours ago, please. No, because I don't want you to be right. I don't want us closing at 154.20. That would fuck you. Lawrence of Arabia. You think I've forgotten? Come in my fucking channel and predict things that I didn't predict. By doing that, you're creating a competition. How awesome would it be if you presented 1 to 2 noob setups to the Discord and we just, what is with you, man? Why do you need so much direction? I don't have time to micromanage you, Stefan. No, because Segan, remember when Roaring Kitty told me to ban Moonwind? And I didn't? That's the compromise. Moonwind can never become a mod. Moonwind is above reproach. No, he's reprehensible. Ugh. Because Stefan's a pain in my ass. Worse yet, he knows it. No, you're not shadow banned. I'm just ignoring you. You're looking so fat, my backs are heavy. It's having a better day. How heavy are your bags? Are they like $10 bags? Why don't you try holding it for another 5 years? Or 10? My favorite new posts are the people that have now realized there's a cycle and they're trying to count them. Have you guys seen those? Those are the best. They're like, look, guys, I figured it out. It's this number of days. You told Jimmy has bottomed out intraday or intra-week? Oh, you can't. You can't tell if it's hit its bottom. We have previous support at 140.41. We stuck to that support pretty tightly yesterday and bounced, confirming it as a support. So hopefully it remains one. I have no incentive to become a member if I get ignored all the time. All you do when you become a member is become more entitled. I don't care if you're a member or not, Moon. Why are you still lurking in there? Oh, because people tag me and shit, and I can't respond because I'm banned. So I gotta just watch my work be rampantly plagiarized and misinterpreted. It's great. Do you think the BBY will move again because of RC's buy-in FTDs, or are we waiting for OPEX again? If it's FTDs, it would be T plus 35, right? It would be T plus 9 plus 35, which is like next week. Can't wait for Adamant's DD on the cycles. Yeah, that'll be exciting. What are you talking about? I'm not ignoring you. I have no idea what you're talking about. You didn't explain the theory. You just sent me a fucking picture. It doesn't mean anything. I'm a member and I'm ignored. I think it's because my questions aren't dumb enough. I don't think you've said anything else all day. If you guys don't tag me, hey, I'm not going to see your comments. Astro just copies other people's shit because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Thanks, bye, Blockbuster. You and Moonwind have a CC selling competition over the next 3 months. It's not fair. I can sell like 3 times the number of covered calls that you can. Sometimes you see mine when I don't tag you. Yeah, if I'm caught up on chat or it's moving slow. Congratulations, glow stick. Tell them you need to be witty, sarcastic, or smart to get a reply. That's not true. I reply to stupid questions all the time. Do I disgust you? No? Do you want to? Can I post your next DD on SS then once it gets a bunch of attention? Drop that it's actually your post and not mine, and watch the mob decide I'm a shill? Nobody will sell their rig to me at 0.03. Did you do your taxes? How much did you owe? A lot. This year is going to be rough, but can the MM legally refuse to make an options market if the buy-sell side is too heavy and they deem it too risky to take the opposite side of all the trades? If the illiquidity in the underlying is too high, yes. Like DDS or Casey are good examples of that. Tagging for visibility of Vatican Trash Kid. Tags for visit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Meditation for the last goddamn time. Until you explain what this is, besides a GME chart with 2 moving averages and some fucking lines drawn on it, I'm not posting shit. Using an account that can't do CSPs, have a standing buy limit on BBY at 16, just not hitting, it sucks. That's unfortunate. You could pull it back and buy higher. I have nothing meaningful to contribute to this community, but you've let me hang around for the beginning of this and read way more of my comments than you should. Thanks, Mr. Diggs, best friend candidate. I have an order for 105C at 0.3. Jesus Christ. Rick Cato, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Appreciate it. You can hit me up on the Discord to get added to the country club.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin.
I just pull money out and pay him. I stole your DD and then say it was written by a Dan. Sure. What else does? Some dude posted a DD yesterday. I got tagged in a bunch on GME Jungle that literally just took the pictures out of my exit DD. I was like, Couldn't even screenshot his own pictures for his DD. Did you tell me I'm a disappointment in that tone so I can start being more productive at work now? The country's infrastructure needs it. Eh. Can we break 148.50? It doesn't seem like it. I think I'm banned from GME Jungle. I'm not sure. I don't care. That place is a cesspool. Blatant tagging ignorance. Guess you're not interested in Runic Glory. No. Jungle exit DD equals sell on the way down. To be fair, pictures are way more effective DD than stuff with words. Pictures get way more dudes. You're not wrong, turd. The more pictures and links you include, even though nobody actually clicks on them or reads them, the more updates you get. That's because it's the English language and we can do whatever we want with it, Stuart. Another week of watching my calls. What calls did you buy that expired worthless? I don't know what's going on with SST. It's not that you're smooth. I would have expected it to be more volatile to the downside today, too. Since I decided to short scalp the rest of the day, the market has gotten as flat as a supermodel. The problem is that the people who've been paying attention with decent reading comprehension to you for 12 months don't really have anything else interesting to ask at this point. Yeah, I know. Very comfortable, very zen. I thought that KR would fill the gap at 60.45, but no. I hop in and it trades sideways. Everything's trading sideways. SPY rug pull about 230, maybe. Or more ups, right? It's with great pleasure I inform you all that June 14th is the permiversary. Also, I think someone shorted my subscription time. No, we've only had membership for 12 months. You're on it, Fronium. Thank you so much, man. And actually, not even 12 months. It's like 11 months and something days. The stream hasn't even been live for 12 months yet. Jesus Christ, a year of this. Huh. Can you give me your thoughts on the one screenshot theory I sent you in DMs? I love that movie. That's amazing. If you say Zen again, I'm gonna make you go to New Jersey for lunch. As long as I don't have to eat it with gaff. Is rug pull same like Brazilian bikini wax? Maybe. What percent of cocoa of chocolate do you prefer? I don't really like super dark chocolate. I like milk chocolate. I'm a milk chocolate guy. How were you here 12 months ago? The stream hasn't even been on for 12 months. It's not possible. Well, Super says we thought it was over in June of last year. Remember? I do. Streaming career has barely even started. I don't know what that means. In your opinion, is trading made out to seem too difficult for the average person to keep the market exclusive? I think information is obfuscated for that purpose, yes. And we're gonna take these profits. Take them right out. Should close these first. So the fucking limit's so high. This one's gonna be the one that doesn't fill. Fuck you, Home Depot. When do you release yearly financial results for the YouTube channel? Where do I get those? Does YouTube mail them to me or something? What do you think about May 20, $18 for BBBY? 18's not terrible. If you just want to make cold hard cash on GME, would you sell CSPs or buy the stock and sell CCs? Why not sell CSPs till you get assigned and then sell CCs? Means I'm bullish and long on your stream, Pickle Man. Thanks, Google is trash. I don't say this enough, but you're awesome. Love listening in on the daily drama. It makes the week fly by quicker. Your weekly picks are a major perk too. Love you guys. You're the man, Gurk. Thanks, dude. Trader Joe's dark chocolate peanut butter cups are okay. I don't like just plain dark chocolate. I don't mind it with other things. But like when people are like, "Oh, I'm going to eat this 98% cacao bar to fucking for my diet or whatever." No. Did you set a stop limit on a put? Does it go by the ask or the bid price? It depends on your brokerage. But if you're setting a stop limit, you set the limit. So you mean when does the stop trigger? Usually at the last traded price. Isn't that called the wheel method? Yeah, it is. No one has money for CSPs. But they're only like 14,000 right now. 15,000. Check your DMs if you change your mind about getting demonetized today. Crap. Might get you demonetized. I don't know. Interesting. I'll think about it. You all gonna make me FOMO to half price Easter candy? You haven't already? Dude, you gotta be at fucking CVS like the minute they open nowadays. When I was a kid, like we were kind of poor, and so we didn't really get like candy for the holidays, but we'd always go get half off candy the day after the holidays. It holds a special place in my heart. Is there green eggs and ham for this dark chocolate? Is there a situation which you'd like it? I mean, there are. I like dark chocolate orange. There's like dark chocolate oranges. Those are good. They're like French or something. Maybe they're made by Lindt. I'm working on making the School of Stock videos. I did a little bit more yesterday. I got like an hour's worth of work done after the stream. Did you buy any BTU today? A little bit. Some shares. I have like a lot of contracts. Stop it, Darth Dan. True, false. It all starts with learning and mastering one repeatable setup. False. Blatantly false. That sounds like something idiots tell other idiots to convince them to buy their fucking guidebook on how to use their setup. If you want to go to Switzerland and visit the chocolate factories, don't buy anything because you'll be lugging a bag of chocolate around the country hoping it doesn't melt. Interesting. Why does Darth get to get yelled at? He's being irritating. BTU May 31s are what I'm eyeing. Why? It's not like a very good short-term play. True or false? You never wanted Darth as a mod. True. Keep explaining and I keep ignoring. You haven't explained once. There's no explanation. DM me the explanation. Moonwind demands you share your tax return with us. Fuck him. Where is put call equilibrium? I think we're above it. It was at 140.65. True or false? MOASS is tomorrow. That's always true until it's false. And then it's true again. Schrodinger's MOASS. It's always MOASS as long as you aren't looking for it. I mean, I'm serious. I'm looking at chat, and the only thing that I see you asking me about is me ignoring you. But I don't see any explanations whatsoever from you. Also, it looks like bullshit, and I don't really care. So it's a double whammy. Cat 235, end of day, YOLO on weeklies. That doesn't seem like a great idea. Nice uptrend though. Ooh, pushing 148.50. It's doing it, guys. Big dreams. I still ignore you a lot, JC. Like when you type Guybrush for MOASS, hashtag free Guybrush. I've been watching the stream for 36 months. The original Pi-Fi has been retired for 15 years, living like a king in Patagonia. Are we still not at 1,000 likes? What the fuck, people? Step it up. How are we supposed to break 150? I don't see how you were helping by not explaining the thing that you're constantly haranguing me to post. I said DM me the explanation. You haven't. Good. Retract it. Retract it. Fuck off. I don't care what you do. I get ignored. No like. Now that tax season's over, I'm hoping to be able to start trading more and finally pay more attention. Wish I bought more Target 2 weeks ago. It's been pretty good. Why are you allowed to curse whenever you please, but my comments get deleted for the most mild cuss or slur? They'll also get deleted for links. Something else too. Oh, if you're shadow banned, they'll get deleted. So if people report you. But I have no control over that. That's like YouTube's internal chat moderation. I'm sorry, Google is trash. That sucks. Tesla stock down on Thursday. How many percent you think? More than 5? Why is it going down on Thursday? Because of earnings? I don't think it'll go down that much. What's the local high that we think it won't go over? 156. I think it's like 156.50. What did we hit? Hold on. The high for that day. Yeah, 156.50. Don't worry, I don't PC plug. How are we supposed to break 150? Coming from the guy who forgot to bring his bullometer to school today. I have a bullometer. I didn't forget to bring it. Just pull it out. Thanks, Edward. We're looking at a bull flag on the daily. No. Get one for Mother's Day this year. You won't regret it. Why do you think Jimmy is going to possibly hit 156? Is it because of the head and shoulders? Volume on the first shoulder and head look high, but volume on the second shoulder looks low. I don't think it's going to hit 156. I think we'll have a lower high. Gurk has his shirt on, so probably nothing happening today. That's possible. A Bologna meter? How do you measure that? No worries, some dude. Yeah. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more of a breakout on this, but no. There was actually some decent volume there, too. Best moment you've experienced as an investor? Hmm. The COVID crash was pretty dope. GME last January. GME this March. They need to worry about low OI when buying leaps. Not if they're going to be significantly in the money. It's 13:45. Have you yelled at your trash Dan today? No. Any thoughts on NUE over X? I like X a lot. NUE can be okay too. How much did you lose on Palantir? I have like a negative 13-cent cost basis on that stock, so nothing. But I still own it, which is unfortunate. Isn't that bag holding? I don't know. I don't know what it is at this point. I think it's same like free stock. I think they're slowly returning shares borrowed, which we're seeing in the borrow rate dropping. I think once they have the borrow rate under control, then they'll start clearing out the ETFs from the remainder of the obligations. And once they have everything under control, they'll short it. Yeah, it is a good eventually stock. Just not right now. And I've already owned it longer than I wanted to. I thought I would have seen some improvement from them over the last like 6 months, and it's not been the case. You bought it 35? Oh, yeah, that's rough. At what number would you start getting concerned on how many number twos you took in a day? Is the number a lot or zero? I feel like if you've pooped like more than twice in a day, there might be a problem. Pots cost same like chairs. I sold my Jimmy Weeklies at 1:33 p.m. when AMC, BBY, DDS, and JWN were dipping. SPY was turning down. I thought GME was turning down. Was that the right technical call? Even though GME went up. I mean, I bought my GME Weeklies, which I'm now out of, but I bought them on the turnaround. Right after this first volume spike. Guess we're pooping more than twice a day? Even once a day seems like a stretch. Are you guys not getting enough fiber? You should eat more roughage. Yeah, 0 times a day is more dangerous than multiple times a day, but twice a day seems abnormal. More than twice a day is like, I don't know. I feel like you went like more than twice because he's asking about it on the stream. So is the number like 10, 25? I've pooped 5 times today. See, I feel like that's like almost food poisoning. Yeah. Once a day Plotkins. I don't think twice a day is abnormal, but more than that might be. Target breaking up hard. Cool. GameStop doing a little bit. Boy, howdy, that was rough. I wonder if hedge funds just mute this part. Maybe. I feel like this is the part they listen to most intently. If they know when we're all going to the bathroom, they know when to short the stock, right? Is holding in your poops same like consolidation? More like internalization. So my 155 C's I just sold safe. That's awfully close. Probably never, Mr. Diggs. Cat is my new favorite stock. It's pretty awesome. Ugh. Puts for tomorrow? No, I'm not. I know you're not a fan of fibs, but aren't they basically just a quick way to do resistance and support lines? Inaccurately, but yes. So this will either be higher or lower. Probably lower. And I swear to God, if TradingView resets my chart one more time, I'm deleting it. Well, we don't know where it's going to peak yet. The expectation is for a lower high. Are CCs worthwhile if I only have 1,000 shares? Yeah. It means you can sell 10 contracts a week for anywhere between like $250 to $400 a contract. So $2,500 to $1,000 a week, or $4,000 a week. Hey, look, a free super chat. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. Rolling BBs late March, you think? Wait, what? Oh yeah, another free one. Thanks, Mr. Diggs. Good use of it. Uh, Outside of the cycles, do you expect GameStop to have increased volatility post announcement lead up to the split? After the actual split, or both? Both. Hey, look, another free super chat. Wild times. Thank you, Tickled Pickle. It's looking like June, Carl, but it's hard to say. Just because they're not really building up a lot of obligations yet. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. I think I have a video or a clip on how to use shift search. Just wanted you to know I've been listening. Bought back my CC yesterday on the dip, netted 40% profit in one day. Looking to sell CC today near my Friday premium. Thank you, dude. Awesome, Maria Von Trapp. That's great. Max Payne 144. Good time for in the money CC on the weekly. I'd wait for a confirmed breakdown of the top, but yeah. Being above max. Also, wait to see what Max Payne moves to tomorrow. Got nothing, but thanks to the Gurk. Who would have thought increasing your pickle intake would increase brain wrinkles? Thank you, Carbon Based. I appreciate it, man. Would you hold 155 weeklies overnight? Probably. I probably wouldn't own 155 weeklies. They don't have to vote on the split, but they still have to vote the rule change in and announce a split. There's no like surprise splitting of the stock. Wouldn't grandma ramp? If we cross like is it 165? $55? Gamma reversals at 155. It depends on their corporate charter and how they handle splits. I don't know if there has to be a shareholder vote on the amount of the split. I think 10 days from the announcement to the ex dividend date. I doubted Pickle and sold CCs on our first failed test of 148. Never again. Why BBBY not moving with GMA? They're not the same stock. You should us how to calculate where shares in a CC might actually get called away. I mean, you can get your shares called away at any time. People can exercise out of the money covered calls. It happens. It's pretty rare, but it happens. Wyckoff is FFD? What the fuck is FFD? Hi, Carl. Why would somebody exercise an out of the money contract? It's dumb, but it does happen. Do you think BBBY FTDs GME are greater than GME FTDs this cycle, making BBBY the better play for this upcoming cycle? No, I also don't think BBBY has the same amount of illiquidity as GameStop, so its runs I don't think will have the same range. Yeah, oh no, it's great for you if someone exercises their. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter for you, technically, but could you exercising out of the money cover calls force mass because the mini margin calls on illiquid stock? Sure, although no one's gonna do that. How strong are you? I don't know. Fairly? Did you buy BBBY Jan 23 Leaps too, or just shares? I have Jan 23 Leaps. I also have August calls, a few. Were you as surprised as me to see Jimmy offer a stock dividend? Yeah, I mean, Cohen, there's an interview from a little while back where Cohen specifically speaks out against stock splits. So I'm kind of surprised that they're issuing one still, knowing his thoughts on them. Cat drop after the dividend gets passed out? Why? It's not like the dividend's crazy or anything. You think the shorts are covering for the dividend? There's not that many shorts on Caterpillar. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Options losses. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Sell weekly 165C, buy 170C. Same as selling covered calls. I don't have shares in my options account. No. Flip that. It would be buy 165, sell 170. For like a PMCC, if that's what you're asking. I still don't day trade the stock. At the end of the day, an option is not 100 shares. This is why options create FTDs. We went over this months ago. An option does, that's like lesson 1 about options. Options do not represent ownership in the underlying until exercised. They're not a form of ownership. If anything, by buying options and selling options, you're just creating more FTDs for the MMs because of the illiquidity from buy and hold. I sold off my docu calls near peak today when I saw the shorts coming. Tried to buy back lower. Is that now or maybe wait for 100? I'm still in mine. I don't know. You could wait for it to move back towards 100, I guess. It would be like 199 to 100 is like that resistance level that it's at right now. With the high side, like the high resistance being at like 103, which is kind of where we were discussing this morning that it could potentially hit. If you look out here on like the 1 hour, see there's pretty decent resistance at this like 102.63 level. But where it's consolidating right now on the low range of that resistance, I would say that there's a good chance that it's just going to continue to move up. It doesn't look bearish. Do you consider volume one of the most important indicators? Yeah. Also, doesn't it look bullish since the last run? It's better. It's still dying down though. I mean, our volume trend over the last, well, since the run, right? This is if you look at volume since the run, I mean, it's been slowly trickling down. Which is, you know, expected for consolidation. No problem, dude. Are we still bullish on BBY August calls at 30? Yeah, I am. 30 is kind of my upper limit for BBBY August calls. Maybe 40 to capture some volatility. If I could get them at fairly low IV, I would consider them. But I'd rather have the further out strikes for January, like 40 to 80. Just join the stream. Thoughts on AMD other than its reasonable price? Core, I think AMD looks good, but it's struggling a little bit, breaking back over 100. 97 seems to be kind of difficult for it right now. And I kind of expect the bottom of this trend to be, oh shit. The bottom of that trend to be kind of a hard resistance. So it'll take a little bit of at least interest or volume to drive it back. You can kind of see it here, right? Right. It's kind of like a little resistance there from where it broke down. Um, and I expect this to be kind of a hard resistance to climb back over. If it does, though, I think moving up towards 105 looks very good. AMD is the king of shorting breakouts. They've been doing it over there far longer than they've been doing it on GameStop. What's been your observation of GME's correlation with ETFs? I mean, active fund trading puts a lot of pressure on CNS. So if SPY, QQQ are moving significantly and active funds are buying in, that and combined with a decent number of FTDs, like if we have higher than baseline FTDs on GameStop for the day, usually means that we will outperform the actively traded index. On other ETFs like XRT and stuff that they use for suppressing the price, it's a little bit different story. Generally, we'll see both the ETF and GME decline together because they short and then create, right, to make creation cheaper. TA on Halliburton. I mean, Halliburton's kind of a long play. I don't really know what TA you're looking for on it. Like, what time frame are you looking, DGen? That's not it. And it just looks it's pretty good. It's just climbing. Like, what's my price target on it? My price targets are up here at like 42, 46, and 55. Maybe 50. 42, 46, 50, and 55. Why August for BBBY? It captures both OPEX periods. It captures the period after May 20th, and it captures the period after June 17th. June 17th? Yeah. No, I don't need to split it. I only have weeklies. The 4250s. So you want to look at like a really short time frame, right? Why don't you get out this morning? And it looks good. Bump and run. It's reversing. Still trying to push through that 4250 resistance. It's going to be a pretty hard resistance. I mean, there's going to be some profit taking. So, you know, if not the next test, maybe the one after. I don't know if it'll break it this week. It's not historically a very fast moving stock. Got a pretty big float. I mean, it captures the delayed buying after both OPEC states, then I assume. Yeah. I'm also looking at August for my next GameStop position entry. And then I'll be buying, you know, like weeklies or bi-weeklies moving into each OPEC state. Do you think this will still go back down to 140? Yeah. The likelihood is that we see a lower high, right? And then we see a lower low. We still need more tests of that 140 resistance to confirm it. If we go out here, you know, we have some solid support at 140, but we did fall a little bit below it down here to 137. It's possible that our, you know, our next low will be lower still. So lower high, lower low. But we'll see how this plays out. I mean, I don't even have it very lined up, but I would expect one kind of right where we're trading at to be kind of the high for this. That's the this is like where there's some fairly strong resistance. If we break up out of this, I would still say like 153. All of these more likely than a break above 156.50. If we break above 156.50, that's a whole nother story because that changes our forward-looking expectations. But as long as this fails before then not a lot of concern. You want this. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. Think of it like it's charging its battery in cycles. Is that shaded region the Keltner channel? No, it's the weighted VWAP from last March. Yeah, TA is not that difficult. I mean, doing it well is hard and requires practice, right? Because it's, you know, part actual analysis and part T reading, right? Do you remember why meme stocks are up today? It's T+2sday. Do you believe in the strat? I have no idea what the fuck that is. It sounds like bullshit. We wanted to break 156, right? I mean, we do and we don't. No, I don't believe in magic. I've never had the clap. Yeah, you can see historic examples of Wyckoff also. GME was Wyckoffing real hard before the January run. Why would my calves be out? I don't own any shorts. I would have to wear calfless chaps. Well, calfless chaps are like assless chaps, except the calves are out. They're exposed. So they have like, what am I responding to? What'd you say? Well, there's two kinds. You have the kind that attaches at the knee. And then has the cutout for the calves. Right? And it's just got like, just goes over your boot, you know? Little like tie off string right there. And then you have the full pair. It's not very good. And then you could go calfless and assless. Any TA for our current trend? I just did it. We were just looking at it moments ago. Back down after the up. Later, John Riley. Have a good one, man. Starting to think Pi-Fi is a wink and a nod to reverse psychology. I'm saying this as a fan. You said, I see Jimmy being weak and low volume, so I expect to keep coming down. Jimmy 140 to 150. I said it was going to go up today. I said that this morning. I just don't see it going up much beyond where it's at. 152, maybe. which I said in the middle of the day when we tested 148. What can I treat myself to two for $3? I don't know. An artisan root beer, maybe. People getting out here pre-pumping BBIG. How do you prefer trading stocks over crypto if TA on it is easier? Fundamental analysis on crypto is a bitch. It's wildly volatile. And even though TA on Bitcoin, which is pretty much all I ever traded, is fairly reliable or a little more reliable than stocks, the taxes are also higher and it's more difficult to get leverage or reliable leverage. Oh, trust me, I bought calls at 140 and sold for 100%. So thanks. I don't get it. What's the complaint then? Yeah, if DDS hits 350, I'm selling my shares. I've been holding that shit for too long already. And it's not cheap. I sold CC's above Gherk so that if I get assigned, so does he. I'll just buy mine back. I don't need to buy a house. So should we be looking to average in our next buys near 135-ish in the next 3 to 6 days, provided we don't find a solid floor at 140. I do expect this trend to turn around at some point, right? And for us to find like our true floor for the interim period. And I see this kind of playing out one of two ways. Either see us finding this floor and then starting to see higher highs as we move up into phase E. This will require a lot of institutional interest. Or I think we'll find that floor and the hedge funds will get out, they'll return their shares and get out from the current obligations that they're kind of dealing with and slam the price. And then, we'll trade down here, slam and bounce. So it's tricky, but this is one of the reasons I'm not buying calls yet, because I'm waiting for this period where it either continues and starts to move up or drops. But think about it, you could tell them, you could yell at me from a place with more square footage. Eh, I've got enough room to move around. It's really not cheap. I've been holding it as long. I'm getting out if I even smell a reversal. Yeah, same thing. I mean, we got in at like what, 230s, 240s. So I'm already way the fuck up. I mean, technically it should just keep going up, right? Because that's what DDS. But I'm definitely not dealing with another run back down to 250. No, I think we're still gonna go down from this. 20 square feet is my apartment. I don't know, like 1150 or something like that. It's not that we go up or down. I mean, our trend is down. It's that we, shoot up $10 every couple days and then come back down. And that consolidation is going to get tighter and tighter until we reach a break point at which we will either break up or break down. And that depends on factors that are outside of the realm of prediction. It's not like it makes it difficult to enter a position, though. If we break up, just buy in. We break down, wait. Fuck so hard about that. I know you did, Trina. Congrats on the new place. Long-term chart for DDS is great for attracting new retail traders to the market. Possible SST fails pushed to tomorrow pre-market. Possible run tomorrow, if so. Possibly. I'll be looking for a run to get out from under my pile of shit calls. But if there isn't one, whatever. I could average down, but I don't have enough confidence in the upside. I don't want to throw good money after bad. Not on SST. SST's always been on the threshold list. Yeah, right now the expectation for the next OPEX is pretty weak, but it's at least May, which is quite some time from now. I mean, you could sell them for $13 or whatever your calls are worth. Or you could hope it runs a little bit, spikes IV, and you can get out with less loss. Wish I could buy shares in store. ETU's turning around pretty hard. How do you enter a position quickly enough to not be chasing? I mean, you know the targets, at least the local targets, right? So just above the price action, 62.50, 65. There's another resistance in here. It's like 176. $156. That's a big historic one. 8er price target after the sell-off? I could see it dropping as low as 3. And then, 6. Some of my puts are in the money. It'll probably rebound to like the $3-4 range. Entering trades equals basically miniature breakout trades. Set the entrance price just above where a teeny tiny mini super small pullback, then bounce, boom, entered, correct? That's one way of entering them. Sometimes you just have to enter on the move. Or you buy the bottom and wait. Yeah, Oxy keeps pushing up on that $62 resistance. What do you think GMEDD's bull case price target of $1,000 for GME, which does not include squeeze, gamma supply shock dynamics? What is your reasonable bull case for such a squeeze? That's possible. I think it could go higher than that. The question is, how much higher than that can it go before it gets shut down? I don't think like a 5-year price target of $1,000 a share is out of the question. I mean, post split, it's not going to be that much a share, but even on the 1 hour, it looks like it already started the turnaround. No, it doesn't, because this current high is still lower than the previous high on Friday. Lower highs and lower lows is a descending consolidation. You can even math how much lower it is in each range. So you can compare the high and low at each interval and see the rate of change. So, you know, if the highs are shifting down like 1% and the lows are shifting down 2, then, you know, sell pressure is stronger. Previous high Thursday was 156.50. Break out of anything. Also, there's no bull flag on the 1 hour. That's not a thing. Bull flags are an intraday signal. You really shouldn't use them on long-term time frames. A bull flag is a sudden rush of volume followed by a short period of consolidation that leads to another breakout. Cup and handles are a long-term signal. 3 to 6 months, usually. They can be longer. Although risky, I sold an in-the-money CC on GME. What are the odds that we don't drop below 150 before MOASS? I think it's more likely that we drop down. This consolidation is still just beginning. We're not even that far into it. We've got quite some time. Was breaking 148.50 considered breaking through? Breaking 150 was. 150 is a resistance. 148 is just like a local point of support resistance outs. So if you look at resistance lines like 150, right, where there's strong open interest, you're gonna see pressure on either side of it in a $2.50 range, give or take, from delta hedging. So really this range is just this resistance. But you can use that to determine things, right? Like if we break up into 148.50 and then fail the test of 150 but stay within the 148 range as we consolidate, it's more likely we're going to break to the upside, right? Because we haven't fallen back through and this is now acting as a support. If we fall back through, then that tells us that we're less likely to go back up to 150. And then, right now we're really struggling pushing past 150 any significant amount. I'm sorry, 147.50. And it's not necessarily 147.50. I think it is actually 148.50. It's not a strict $2 range. There's just a range in which they delta hedge. And since market makers don't hedge appropriately on GameStop, we see this resistance actually a little higher. So they hedge. They are less likely to hedge the positive delta on the stock. Otherwise, this would be a wider range. But yeah, this resistance at 148.50 has historic support as well. I mean, down to 147.28. So, and that's really just the volatility of the 150 resistance. The 150 resistance is that's the primary resistance at this level. How do you find the delta hedge range? You can just tell watching it. You can watch the range that they delta hedge in. You can see where support for the hedge is stronger based on volume trends and the way that the price moves in these price points. So price action to the upside of 150 is stronger than our price action approaching 150. And if they were hedging appropriately, they would be hedging into 150 and the price would accelerate through that resistance more often, which you'll see on other stocks. I think that's one of the problems is people don't really get enough experience with other stocks. They spend so much time watching GameStop. So like on a stock with a lot of interest that's not super manipulated, you'll see what's a good example of this? Like Home Depot, right? You'll see as it approaches like this 305 resistance, right? you'll see price action accelerates. So price action accelerates and extends beyond into the upper resistance, right? Where it's then defeated. This is appropriate hedging within that range. With GameStop, what you'll see price action approach a resistance and then will start to lose volume and consolidate because they're not hedging the upper range. AMC options going bonkers. Yeah, it's super cheap, right? Or AMD. AMC options going bonkers? Oh, I don't care. You can tell a lot from can tell a lot of things from technical analysis if you know how to pull the information out. I don't care about AMC at all. Selling Jimmy covered calls 429 expiration 172.50 strike safe right now. I wouldn't sell them in the middle of an uptrend. If this breaks, right, and we see a higher high, your calls become they're in a lot of danger, right? Like you would want to wait to confirm a turnaround and then sell them. So yeah, you lose out on like maybe like $100 or something confirming that, but it's worth it. Yeah, if you have long term capital gains on your stock, you definitely don't want to you don't want to get called away. Oh, meditation DM'd me finally. I shared the explanation 10, 20 times in chat. You were just ignoring and eventually told me to DM. I never saw it once. The explanation is simple. Poop tweets bad, dick tweets price appreciation. Blue vertical lines dick tweets, red lines poop. Hold on. You haven't seen any results of mine yet. These last 2 weeks have been some of the biggest breakthroughs to date at swing trades. Cannot wait to start adding value. What? You're buying puts on AMC when Jimmy hits. The problem is AMC doesn't have a lot of notional change to its price. Like, it doesn't have the same range that GameStop does. Like, what's AMC trading at right now? So, you know, the next low on AMC could be like 16. So it's like a $2 range. This is the problem with playing puts on AMC for the downside of GameStop runs. Right? It's like there's the range here is just shit. Like GameStop can drop, you know, from where it's trading right now, like $12, which is a massive return on an options contract. Whereas, you know, AMC is gonna drop like fucking $2, 250. It's nothing. I mean, relatively, the options are cheaper over here, so you can max out leverage. Who gives a shit if they're buying new theaters? More places for people to go who don't want to watch movies with the public. Yeah, but the more you max out leverage, the more you increase your risk. Yeah, they're renting theaters, just increasing their debt. The companies can go out of business. It's a big pile of shit. Tesla doesn't look very good going into power hour. Maybe a break back up to like 10.28, but unlikely. Did Elon sell Twitter? It dumped. Maybe. I think once he realized he wasn't going to affect whatever change he wanted to over at Twitter, he announced the buyout in order to pump the stock and sell his shares. It seemed pretty fucking obvious. Yeah, if you get assigned, the tax on the sale is still long term, but if you buy back in, those shares are no longer a long term holding, Segan. So if you get assigned and your shares are sold, like say you sell, you know, like a 165 with long term holdings, and you get assigned on this, selling their shares for, you know, 16,500, your tax rate on that sale is long term. But if you take that money and then buy back in at 160, those new shares are not. Those are short-term capital gains. They don't make that much money on ticket sales, so it doesn't really matter how many big movies are coming out. Also, people just watch shit at home. If they can survive another year, year and a half, maybe they have some hope. But they have competition. It's not like they're the only fucking movie theater. They're not even the most successful movie theater. Do you think this is the short-term top? It could be, yeah. Irresponsible calls just maybe 1K a piece. Yeah, they can do that. They can also lose you all the money that you put into them. We'll see, Deuce Paul, but maybe. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so, Gibbles Bits. You are invisible, we can't see you. I retract my 154.20 closing prediction. You can't do that. You can't retract your prediction. You will suffer the consequences of your over bullishness, Lawrence of Arabia. There's no take backs. Do you know how people lost money on 150-250 calls today because you predicted a 154.20 close? At least one. I gambled my children's lunch money on 150-250 by close today, all thanks to Lawrence of Arabia. Making any AMD earnings plays? I'm making AMD's less than $100 plays. Earnings is nice. Great username. Poor end of day projections. Major snap volume. Yeah. I've got some 35s now. And I still have my 40s and 41s and 42s, which I averaged down a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you could be invested in AMC with BBBY at the same price. Like, there's just no fucking, there's no reasonable explanation for that. BBY 8 billion in revenue, trading at 1/8 its fucking book value with actual assets versus AMD saddled with debt after months of insider sell-offs. It's fucking crazy to me. Adam Aaron's a silverback. He's just a fat fuck robbing his shareholders. AMC Moonwind. Shut the fuck up. I don't want. Don't go away for today. I'm done with you. Did you sell your covered calls? Are you buying your fucking house yet? I've been buying like near the money calls pretty far out. July and January for the most part. I have some May 20s like right at the money. How many different stocks do you have positions in? I don't know, like 20 or 30. So BBY should be trading higher than 140 per share if we're talking about book value. I think it's like it's like like 118 a share. If it were trading at book, it's not going to do that. But yeah, like 110, 120. Institutional exits shorting, just volatility. I think at these prices, probably seeing some accumulation. BBY is pretty fucking cheap right now. So we're seeing big volume spikes coming off these downtrends. It's probably accumulating a bit. I know on the last run, some institutions sold out that last run to 28. Yeah. Ader sure looks like GME 2.0. It's run lower and lower every time. Totally has a lot of long-term value. How many days before the run from 80 did y'all see the entry to the entropy swap? We saw the hedging in place, I think, at the end of January. Or beginning of Feb. I think beginning of Feb is when the entropy hedge moved in. Buy rating 444. Good. This run up's a little over exuberant. I think it'll close under 445 today. It could run all the way into close, but I doubt it. CNS is done. Do you have a price target for cat? On the upside, my first target from above 230 is there's some at what was it 230. I want to say there's a little bit at 233, like almost 234, and there's a little bit at 236.36, and then 240 is the next big resistance. Visa breakout, like how big? Ooh. Ko-Fi not on? Oh shit. I don't have my elements. I love the stream. Your honesty, sense of humor, and knowledge of the financial ecosystem is priceless. Boxem, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You think the SST will bounce tomorrow? No, I think SST is dead, but I think it may have a little FTDs left in it to help me unload my fat bags. From Bloomberg, BBY shares outstanding 81.98 million versus AMC over 513 million. Yeah. Average on my Jan 80 position. I'd get some shares if you want to. I mean, if you want to be in something long term, you shouldn't just have leaps, right? I could be looking more happy with $25 than your portfolio. I wasn't, it was just a nice sentiment. I'm pretty happy with my portfolio. I made money on SPY and Home Depot today. Still making money on Home Depot. Cat's up. I made money on GME weeklies. That was nice. I bought some more BTU and X. It's been a good day. Icing on the cake, if you will. Total net gains the past year. I haven't done the math. I know what I paid taxes on, but I didn't pay taxes on things I hadn't sold yet, so. They were up. It's like 6,700% from the previous year. Mostly due to GameStop. I mean, to be fair, GameStop is the vast majority of that, so it's a little bit. But my port outside of GameStop was up 340%, I think. There's no Lisa Sue FUD. I was talking about AMC, Moon. You shithead. There's never been any Lisa Sue FUD. She is a goddess. AMD July 15 100Cs. I have some. They're quite nice. PayPal will be the next big bounce. I'm not so sure of that one. I'm not saying it won't, but I don't like its prospects. Do you consider yourself an outlaw? No? I'm pretty law-abiding. Replenishing my port with another 2K tomorrow. How should I light it on fire? I mean, that's up to you. Is Jamie doing anything super interesting? Nah. Mrs. Stay Puffed, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't.
Is it common for stocks to trade so far below book value like BBBY is? Yes and no. They have a lot of debt, which is what's suppressing their price, but they should be able to clear their debt if they weren't doing things like share buybacks. That's a big problem with a lot of corporations, and I think what Ryan Cohn is addressing is, they're overpaying executives, but their executives aren't doing anything to run the corporation properly, right? So, instead of buying back shares to increase the value of their holdings, the board is, instead should be paying off that long-term debt, right? Like they're not taking care of their bills before they reward themselves. I think anybody who runs a household can attest to how that's, a bit of mismanagement. How did the 75 BPS rate hike cause the SPY to go up? It's only 0.5 at this point on the low end. It's 2.25 raises from 0. And like I said, the market just wants to know what's happening, and then it can go up. Growth can be realized, and people will start to, with confidence and trust in what the market is doing, we'll start to see money flow back in. Sounds like legal embezzlement. Sort of, yeah. Oh, I might have, yeah. You getting it on the watch squeeze, Heathdale? At 300 BBY shares, a $20 CSP, 4 August calls at 45 and 40, with the intention of getting into some August 20s. Am I laying down the position correctly? Yes, it looks like you are. What are you doing with those 300 shares there? Are you sitting on them? Are you using them to sell covered calls to fund your long positions? Even if you're just managing one position, maximize the amount of profit you're making there, right? If you can maximize the profit you're making on one position, then you can handle a second. We broke the high of the day. Yeah. I think YouTube filters out like 20% of comments in the chat, frankly. And I have no idea what their criteria for an approved comment is. Does anyone else get the impression this is like Lebowski and Moon is Ardani? Shut the fuck up, Moon. You're out of your element. It filters out 75% of mine. Yeah, it doesn't like the word fuck. 151.80. Yep, just need to hit 150, 250. I don't really skim through too many. I mean, if I'm tagged in them, I try to answer them. Unless they're just nonsense. What does it mean if we hit 150, 250? That was the projected high for today. What are your thoughts if we break 156? That's very interesting. I'm not going to get assigned. I'll just pull him back. I sold them like a while ago too, so the theta on them, it's like I'm only down 7% on those two contracts. Cents. Lunatics on Super Stonk are saying the announcement for the split is tomorrow. Okay. And I can't see them all either, right? There's like, even on our slow days, there's still like 1,200 people in here. Doing it. Somebody make a law-abiding citizen stream card. I'm not talented enough to do it, but I have a need for it. I see. I don't know if the Louvre takes requests, but you could always try there. I mean, they can split right now, 3-1, without the charter amendment in place. That would surprise people. I mean, I knew we were going to go up today, Charles Payne. So I bought some. I was wrong. I said MOASS would be yesterday. Turns out it's today. Well, 150, 206 is today. How many shares should we have to comfortably sell CCs? I mean, you need 100. You know, Trash Dan, I agree with you. But Gafgarian says I'm chaotic evil. How did you know it was going up today? It's T+2sday. We closed above max pan. We also held the low resistance yesterday. And Delta picked up yesterday. So the Delta that got sold off for Friday picked back up yesterday. Chaotic good with sprinklings of chaotic evil. Interesting. I can agree on the chaotic part. Why didn't you DM me and tell me to buy weeklies this morning? I wrote it in the daily DD that came out before market open. I said, we're going to go up to like 148, 150-ish. Here we are. I don't know what more people want, right? I can't buy the fucking stock for you. Am I a wizard? Yeah, but I never got a letter. You validate my parking ticket? I want you to pull my hair and tell me I'm pretty. That's like a really aggressive initial thing and then kind of really soft after. It's a strange mix. You can validate parking this whole time. Okay, so a trailing stop loss. Whoa. Hold on. Too big of a crayon. The trailing stop loss follows your stock, so it stays 5% behind the current trading price as the stock rises, right? Always 5% constantly. It's constantly moving up with your trade, right? 5% behind the trade at all times. And then if the price trend reverses, your stop is right there. And it is a market order, which may not give you the best fill on an option, but if it's volatile, it's decent to have. But that's also the problem with trailing stops, is that they move behind the price. So if the price moves up, pulls back a little, and stagnates, the stop stays in the same place. Even though you might want to move the stop down, it'll just remain. Unless you reset it, and then it'll reset 5% behind the current price. Some brokers have trailing stops. Shrek dongs. Yeah, we're tapping it. Tapping on 150, 250. Doesn't Ivy start to crush harder within 30 days? Ivy is highest. Ivy is highest in the Ivy 30 period. So 30 days out from the current expiration is where Ivy falls off after that point. So Ivy is always highest on weeklies at the money. So weekly Ivy, like, it'll still have the smile, right? So at the money with Ivy higher here and here on the chain. But then weeklies will always have the highest IV. This is why, like, when I'm buying calls around earnings, I buy them far out because the IV is lower. Can I tap dance? No, not really. Cat getting sassy? Who is this J1124 person? Stop talking about fucking Pulte and his buy-ins. This isn't Pulte. This is just fucking market makers clearing obligations. Pulte doesn't even have enough money to buy the volume we traded today. What's up, Walker? We're reaching a local peak. Probably going to move down from this. Pulte, pudding and pie. Kissed the girls and made them cry. When the cult members came out to play, Pulte ran away. You see me? You've missed 5 comments in a row. And the first question should be, why so many comments? I see you say something about GME candles about to catch up to my pickle and their rise in size. That doesn't seem very serious at all. It's something about me being chaotic and methodical. Why does everyone need so much attention today? What the fuck? That's a poultice. Hot body trash Dan. Poultice. Baba looked like a good entry for you. Baba is cheap. And if the Chinese markets have a nice night tonight, I might buy some tomorrow morning. Lawful good. Any update on Veru? Not really. It just looks interesting. I need to dig around in it. See what I come up with. Maybe I should ask him if he's seen the borrow rate. I have. It dropped. It'll probably drop again. But we also had our dark pool utilization indicator. Has anybody been paying attention to that? Because I have. The Dix is fucking accurate. If we go above the moving average, like if the Dix rises over its average, so larger than expected Dix, when that internalization falls off, we see some nice ups. You should pay attention to the Dix. I post it every day. It doesn't. I don't care about your Dix, Ernie. I'm talking about GME's Dix. So when they can no longer internalize Dix, we MOASS. I think we'd be looking for a lot of Dix internalization. Like last January when they internalized all the collective dicks of retail. That was a lot of dicks internalization. They were bursting at the seams. FTDs were leaking out all over the place. It was a mess. Well, they were trying to edge their CNES. And then, yeah, it exploded a little bit, like a little earlier than they wanted it to. But that happens, and they shouldn't feel ashamed. Yeah, I mean, riding the dicks down, same like riding the price up. Well, that's how you edge the dicks, is with CNES. Yeah, and we're just now in the refractory period, but we're moving towards another big moment of internalization. June birthday, you know. Birthday internalization. Finally understanding finance. Can we start playing AMC puts on stream? I've been playing them all year. I just hate AMC so much. I don't want to buy puts or the other thing. I don't want to touch AMC's dicks. It's dirty, covered in cheese and butter. You were one ignored message away from breaking your previous ignored messages streak with me, which was 12. Will you set a new record? Nope. Wow, this like YouTube censorship is clearly more apparent than people think, or than I realized. Very sticky. It's dork brains and like hot gas. No. Theories based on tweets are never interesting. They're stupid. They're stupid and dumb. I hate them. It's like Bastille Day all over again. Guess I'm becoming a billionaire. Yeah, oh yeah, it looks like it. You could have totally gotten away with not doing that. I wouldn't have remembered. I like your honesty, humongous. TLDR, current dark pool greater than average dark pool. Buy pressure during CNS. Yeah. Which should it's technically indicative of long positions moving into the stock also. Is Bullard scheduled to say anything tomorrow? That guy always pops up after SPY runs. I mean, he'll just come out and say something bearish, like, the Fed's really afraid of this inflation. We're going to do something crazy. And then the market will be like, oh no, what are they going to do? And then JPOW comes out and he's like, yeah, nothing. Hey, it's me, Pixel. I just wanted to see how everyone is doing since I predicted MOASS back during the quad witching day. How long dicks, short dicks? What? I mean, this quad witching worked out. So you're saying I should have leveraged my entire portfolio and tried to buy all of the available warrants on SST? Why didn't someone ask Moonwind to do it? I was early, but I was also wrong. It's okay, turd. There will be another one. Can we get shirts for the last quad witching GME tour? Just have canceled for the runs that didn't happen. If you thought I had the best looking charts this side of the Mississippi before, then I can't wait to show you my super clean yet highly informative color coordinated setup I got now. Dear Lord. Might have found the top. Wyckoff? Maybe. Merch store update. I want a t-shirt, man. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. It still feels slimy. Like, I know people want shirts and hats and bullshit, but something about it. It's like this thing that I would never do. And I still kind of just never want to do it. Also, it looks like more work for me. And the profit margins are meh. I only want it so I can have shirts. But then I can just make those for myself. It's not going to be a VWAP hat. There's only one VWAP hat. It's on my head. You can take it off of my cold, dead body. Oh, I'm not going to do it myself. But that's the problem, is they all want too much money to do it for me. I'll do it. Huh. Today's stream was funny as fuck. Laughed all day. Thanks, Gurk and everyone. Trash's comment about the options book wins, though. Thank you, NW. Selling merch is the only thing keeping you from being a Coors tray level of YouTube celebrity. No, because I'm not going on Fox News. If you cave in, what's next? You start spouting off about Elliott waves and RRP. Special segment on the Jim Cramer show, I'd imagine. If they're going to split, what do you think they'll announce the intention to do so? Probably after the change to the charter, which is at the shareholders meeting, so late summer, early midsummer. Got blown out on SST calls, so I let the hate flow through me and bought Ader puts. Nice. There'll be no bootleg pickle merch. Fukin' it with Zukinet. I have no problem selling CCs. I have some right now. Course has 2 brain cells, and they're both fighting for 3rd place. Why do I feel like Super Sonic's already leaking? It's getting all over my stream again. Be sure to check out my merch on Bunker Branding, and don't forget to use my link below to get free coins on Raid Shadow Legends. Future Gherk properly. I mean, if I could pick up a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, I'm gonna. I've heard tell that they pay obscene amounts of money to talk about their shitty mobile game. I already exited my GME calls, my weeklies. Boom, new stock friends. I don't think that's going to work out the way you expect it to, Stefan. Get a Tanga sponsorship? What's that? Sell jarred farts. Am I hot enough? Yes. What do you think about Vanguard robo-advisors if someone doesn't want to actively manage their report? They're not the worst. I mean, the returns aren't great. If the cost of lower profits is worth it for you to have more free time, then I mean that's a balance you need to figure out though. What CCs you got? 150 250s? 165s? I have two 150 250s. I have 30 165s. You should definitely jump in the merch bandwagon. I spent a fortune on limited edition James Roland Doomthon. I really just want to sell my nut mix, honestly. Like, I don't really want to sell anything else. Just because I think everyone's going to trade better with a good nut mix. Have you guys checked out my latest nut mix on SoundCloud? HD hit 310 soon? I fucking hope so. It's the Dick's nut mix. You guys are making profits? Yeah, that's why everyone's happy today. Well, most people are. Never will everyone have made money. That's not the way the market works. To the bunk, trash. To the bunk. Just grabbed a call for BBY $20 strike. Cost $540 for Jan 20. Did I do this right? Sounds like a good thing. How much are you planning on charging for us to put your nuts in our mouths? Like cost plus shipping. I see the Pontiff level on the memberships for Ko-Fi. Tell me more. If you become a Pontiff, the stream ends and I take the day off. Fuck, I'll throw it a co-stream. We can trade together. Worth it. Why do you make a super low level sub called Sky Rats? I don't like the pigeon part of the pigeon. Like, just pigeons on their own are disgusting. What percent of your stock position is in CCs? Just under 10%, I think. I have like, I don't know, like 3,200 shares locked up right now. They're the city bird. I mean, you can live in New York City and hate everything. That's part of living in New York City. It's great. Yeah, but can you just keep eating nuts after you get stabbed with an EpiPen? Like, maybe, what if you just front run the nuts with the EpiPen? Like, hit yourself with an EpiPen and then have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Does that work? If I couldn't eat nuts, I would do that. I was off by 67 cents on my end of day prediction. The day is over. That's called Jeffrey, and it makes you the best trader. GG, folks. So closing out the day, 152.47. I'm sorry, I was 3 cents off. I'm sure you guys will forgive me. Little bit of gamma exposure today. Nice turnaround in the overall market. And a pretty great bounce off that 141 or 140.41 resistance. I think tomorrow, going into Thursday, we'll probably start to see some downside from this run, but it may not finish out until tomorrow morning, as FTDs can be carried overnight into market open Wednesday, right? So don't forget that T+2 does extend through market open tomorrow, so we may have a little bit more upside left on this run. And we'll be watching the downside of this when it comes down and seeing where we're bouncing. Things that would be compelling after today are a higher high, so any test above 156.50, or on the downside, a higher low could also indicate a shift in our momentum, or our current trend at least. So, you know, if we get a bounce around here at the 142.98 level, or we see a drop to, you know, back to this 140 level, both of those are very good. A drop back below our previous low at, I think it was 137.24. So if we see anything below 137.24, it's likely that we're going to continue along this path for a little while. Netflix down 16%. I'm glad I grabbed those puts, because my calls are fucked. Why? Is Netflix earnings isn't even out yet. What is this? Jesus, I'm gonna buy some stock. Yeah, Netflix's earnings are still, it's fine. This is a lot of shorting into earnings, or a big sell-off before earnings. But the earnings comes after. Earnings should be at what, 4:30? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I picked up some calls, or puts. So small straddle, but it's a like a bullish straddle. Like I have far more calls than puts, but I mean, if the price continues down at this rate, I'll make more than enough off the puts to cover my calls. Anyway, that's it for GameStop for tonight. Tesla taking a little hit, but it's not too crazy. Is the SPY falling off hard in after hours too? Yeah. And I'm sure GME will have maybe a little dump. We'll see. Netflix beat earnings, but net subscriber below expectations. I mean, but their earnings shouldn't be out yet fully. Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. It's way more than 294 shares traded. Yeah, it's good having you around again, Trash. Oh, the AK is already out? That's weird. Okay. Retail colluding to dump it after hours. So that's it for today. So possibly a little more upside tomorrow. I think followed by a downtrend. And we'll see how high tomorrow's peak runs us. But probably a downtrend and towards the end of the week, back towards gamma neutral. I'll keep everyone updated in tomorrow's DD on the any shift in the options trends. And I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.